Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. I am Jason Neubauer of the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis, Washington, D.C. I'm the Chair of the Coast Guard Marine Board Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46 United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep-sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site. I have previously determined that OceanGate, Incorporated, is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As a designated party in interest, they have a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for the cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. An area has been set aside for news media use during these proceedings. The media may question witnesses concerning the testimony that they have given after I have released them from these proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. The NTSB has provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a statement for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is Marcel Muse. I am the National Transportation Safety Board's investigator in charge assigned to this accident. The NTSB has joined these proceedings to avoid the duplication of facts. Following the proceedings, the NTSB will determine a probable cause as required by law, issue a report which may include safety recommendations to prevent a future tragedy. And Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I'd like my colleague, Dr. Donald Kramer, will join us later on today.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Before we call our first witness for the day, I need to make a clarification for the record. The Marine Board's questioning last Friday suggested that Ms. Wilby's NDA, which she signed as an independent contractor with OceanGate, might have limited her ability to raise safety concerns with OceanGate's board of directors. After conducting a legal review of her NDA, the Marine Board interprets that the agreement did not explicitly prevent Ms. Wilby from sharing the information, including her safety concerns, with OceanGate's board. However, it's important to note that Ms. Wilby testified she did not consult with legal counsel regarding the terms of her NDA, so this clarification does not conflict with her testimony about her concerns related to this agreement. There has also been a scheduling change to Friday's witness schedule. Commander Zach Robinson with the Coast Guard's Marine Safety Center will submit a report to the board for the record rather than providing testimony in person. Former OceanGate employee Mr. Matthew McCoy has been substituted into the morning witness slot for Friday. In addition, Lieutenant Commander Jim King, serving to my right, will be serving as counsel for the Marine Board this week in place of Lieutenant Commander Lars Oakmark. Our first witness of the day will be Mr. Guillermo Soonline, co-founder of the OceanGate Incorporated. Mr. Soonline will be testifying virtually, and we will start his session at 9 a.m. The hearing is now in recess until 9 a.m. Thank you.
false statement given to an agency under the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
yes, sir. Thank you. We'll stand by for a moment.
Okay, thank you. I got it. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for pointing that out, sir.
Thank you, sir. All of my questions will relate to the time period up to the incident of June 18th, 2023, unless I state otherwise. As I reference any exhibits, they will be made available to you on your desktop. Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain what the acronym means. Can you please provide me a little bit more information about your background, specifically your educational background and work experience prior to the formation of OceanGate?
Yes, I can do that. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank you for inviting me to participate in these public hearings, and then also for allowing me to testify remotely from Europe. I know you've got a big job ahead of you, and hopefully my brief testimony here today will help add at least a little bit of value to your efforts, even if all I'm doing is adding color or context to what other witnesses are presenting. So thank you again for allowing me to participate. To answer your question directly, let me start at the beginning. I was born in Argentina, raised in California, in the San Francisco Bay Area, in Silicon Valley. I studied economics at the University of California, Berkeley, worked for a couple years at a law firm, and then went to law school at the University of California, College of the Law, San Francisco. It used to be called Hastings when I went there. Upon graduation, I took the California bar, passed, was admitted into the California bar, even though I really had no intention of practicing law. What I actually did when I graduated law school is I went into the Marine Corps. I went there wanting to be a scout sniper platoon commander. So I went through officer candidate school in Quantico, Virginia. Then I went through 6 months of the basic school, also in Quantico, Virginia, learning how to be an infantry officer. When it came time to graduate and pick my MOS, my military occupational specialty, I graduated high enough in my class that there was actually a slot available for a scout sniper platoon commander. But for personal and family reasons, I made a decision to choose 4402, which was judge advocate. And so from there, I ended up going to Newport, Rhode Island, spent 3 months there learning military law, studying with my fellow Marine judge advocates, as well as members of the United States Navy and United States Coast Guard Judge Advocate Corps. From there, I was stationed at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California, where I spent approximately 3 years. The first 18 months or so, I was the installation law officer, which meant that effectively I was the legal advisor to the commanding general, who at the time was a 2-star major general. And then for the second 18 months, I was the senior defense counsel at the base. From there, I came off active duty in 1 July 1999. I remained in inactive ready reserve for the remainder of my contract, which I believe was another 4 years. When I left active duty on 1 July 1999, I was an 03 captain. And I believe that when I came off active duty, my DD 214, I believe, says 04. I think I was a major. Now, when I came off active duty, what I did is I moved my family to San Francisco and I co-founded an internet company. It was 1999 going into 2000. It was the height of the internet boom. We were at ground zero in Silicon Valley. We took that company and rode the .com bubble all the way up, and we rode the .com bust all the way down in 2001. We managed to sell the company to a venture-backed company called Voxeo, and I stayed on with Voxeo for, I think, another 10 months after the acquisition. During that time, I moved my family from San Francisco to the Northern Virginia area to the East Coast. And I left Voxeo in February of 2002 as that company experienced some financial issues and went through a round of layoffs, and I was part of a group of people who were laid off. From there, I decided I was going to start another company. This time I wanted to be in a field that I was passionate about. And I thought that field was going to be space. It's either going to be space or oceans. It was going to be one of those. In 2003, I started a nonprofit organization called the International Association of Space Entrepreneurs. At the time, Elon Musk had recently started SpaceX. And so there was a big group of us who wanted to encourage the next generation of Elon Musk and bring them from other industries into the space industry. So that was the objective of IASC. That was in 2003. In 2006, I started a for-profit company called Space Angels Network. And the objective of that organization was to connect accredited individual investors with early stage space ventures looking for seed funds. I ran that company until 2010, so a year after we started OceanGate. I turned it over to one of my co-founders. He ran it until 2014 or 15. He turned it over to somebody else, and that gentleman relaunched the company, rebranded it as Space Angels. He is still running it today, and because of his efforts today, that is, I think by a lot of measures, the most active early stage investor in the global space community. Now, the reason all of that's relevant is because through Space Angels Network in 2008, I met a gentleman by the name of Graham Hawks, former aerospace engineer who was also a submersible designer. That was my first introduction to submersibles in the submersible world. And a year later, I was fascinated by it. So I actually spent the greater part of 2008, most of 2009, going back and forth from my residence in Northern Virginia and where Graham was in California, in the Bay Area, basically on a consulting basis, helping him with his business. And in that way, I learned about the submersible world and the submersible community. The reason that's important is because in summer of 2009, Graham introduced me to Stockton Rush. And Graham, Stockton, and I decided we were going to go into business together. We co-founded very briefly a company called Deep Flight Technologies. Lasted only for, I'd say, a couple of months or so as Deep Flight Technologies. Graham decided to leave that, and that left me and Stockton to start a company, and that is when OceanGate was founded. So I walked you through a lot of detail, and I know it was probably more detail than you were looking for. But the reason I did that is because at the time of founding of OceanGate, I believed that what I was bringing to the table, and what I think Stockton believed I was bringing to the table, was leadership experience, because Stockton was going to put money in, but he was not going to run the company. I had startup experience, especially with the Silicon Valley kind of disruptive innovation kind of mindset. I had experience with investors and fundraising. I had a legal background. We knew that we were going to be dealing with a lot of government and regulatory compliance issues. I wasn't going to do that work. I knew we were going to have to hire legal experts to do that. But it was nice that I had a legal background, so I would know how to talk with the outside counsel. And then, even though I didn't have sub operations experience or maritime experience, I did have field ops experience from my time in the Marine Corps. So I think I gave you a lot of detail, but in summary, I think those were the bullet points that I brought to the table when we started.
Thank you, sir. Why did Mr. Graham Hawks leave Deep Flight Technologies and not move on with yourself and Mr. Rush for OceanGate?
Yeah, that is a great question that you should probably ask Graham, because I'm not sure exactly. I know that the three of us came to an agreement on putting Deep Flight Technologies together. I got along great with both Graham and Stockton, so my deal was fairly easy to kind of carve out my role in that. And as soon as we came to that agreement, I think it was in August of 2009, I immediately started the process of relocating my family from Virginia to Seattle, where we were going to have this new company. But we still had to, paper the deal, as they say, right? We still had to lock down all of the legal agreements. And Stockton and Graham had a lot more nuances to their agreement that they were going to have to negotiate. And it was typical of co-founders coming together, right? Having to negotiate different points of the deal over a couple of months. And I think ultimately they ended up having a difference of opinion on enough things that they just decided it was not worthwhile going.
When and where was?
But again, that's a great question to ask Graham, because I really don't know his side of this.
Understood. When and where was OceanGate LLC founded?
I'd have to check the official records, but my recollection is somewhere around October of 2009, and we were in Everett. I don't remember where we incorporated, if it was in Delaware or in Washington.
And what was the original vision for the company when OceanGate was launched?
How much time do I have? So I'll give you a short answer and then maybe a little bit longer answer in the context of these public hearings. The short answer is that our vision was to create a fleet of 4 or 5 deep diving submersibles. At the time, we were thinking they'd be 6,000 meters, capable of carrying 5 people, available for charter anywhere in the world, and with no dedicated mothership. When Stockton and I got together in a conference room in front of a blank whiteboard and started mapping out what the plan would be for OceanGate, that's what we came up with.
You had mentioned the vision of without a dedicated mothership. What was the purpose to not utilize a dedicated mothership, to be able to have it mobilized throughout the world?
Well, this is where we get into the longer answer. So you'll have to give me a couple minutes to kind of walk you through this, because in order to understand that, you have to understand the competitive landscape, and you have to understand the general state of the submersible community back then. And honestly, it hasn't changed much in 15 years since then. There are not that many subs in the world. Those of you doing the investigation probably got an immersion course in this over the last year. There are not that many active submersibles in the world, and certainly none in the private sector. Will Conan knows the numbers better than anyone, so when he testifies, you can ask him. But I think there are less than 100 active submersibles in the world, and almost all of them dive relatively shallow, less than 1,000 meters. And as Patrick Leahy testified on Friday, the average depth of the ocean is 4,000 meters, which covers about 65% of the ocean. So the bulk of the subs that are out there today, as in 2009, go relatively shallow. And when you consider that the ocean covers 70% of the world's the planet, it's nothing as far as trying to explore or study the world's oceans. So we wanted to change that. We wanted to give humanity greater access to the ocean, and specifically the deep ocean, anything deeper than 1,000 meters. And initially, like I said, our goal was actually 6,000 meters, because 6,000 meters gets you access to about 98% of the world's ocean. So that was kind of our goal. So you have to work backwards from there, which is, why is there not enough access for humanity to dive deep into the ocean? And one of the key reasons for this was kind of inherent in Patrick Leahy's testimony. And by the way, I've known Patrick for years, and I have full respect for him, and I loved his testimony on Friday. But one question that no one asked Patrick, and that he didn't volunteer, and it's not on his website, is how much does subs cost? And you can imagine from these intricate machines to be made as safe and as versatile as Triton subs are, they're expensive. They're millions of dollars. And they're also generally heavy. And because they require a mothership or a support ship, that support ship usually has to have a crane big enough to take the sub in and out of the water. And usually that's an A-frame, which means the ship you're instantly talking about a very big ship. And because of that, most of these subs are basically mated to dedicated motherships. And this is true of the government subs too. There are 5 deep diving, I think 5, deep diving government subs in the world. The French have one, the Americans have one, the Japanese have one, and I believe the Chinese have 2. And each of those is mated to a dedicated mothership, which means that you can only dive the sub wherever the ship is. And it takes a lot to move that ship, in large part because it needs a lot of fuel, which is expensive. And so if you're trying to explore the world's oceans, and given how big the world's oceans are, having 5 government subs and 5 government ships, or now the only other deep diving sub that I know, which is the Bakunawa, which is formerly the Triton-built limiting factor, on one ship, that's 6 subs in the entire world, 8 billion people. It's you know, to use someone else's words, it's a travesty for humanity that there's so few subs available to go into the deep ocean beyond 1,000 meters. So, and I know this is a very long-winded answer to what seems like a very straightforward question, but as you work backwards from the cost of the subs, the cost of operating these subs, the number one factor is actually the fuel on the ships. And the number one factor driving the fuel on the ships is the size of the ship, which is driven by the crane. And so the thought that we had early on was if we could have these subs be pre-positioned around the world and have them so that they could operate off any ship of opportunity. So you didn't need it mated to a dedicated mothership. So you could put it in a container, a standard shipping container, ship it anywhere nearby from wherever the home base was. Find a local ship that could be used, put it on board, and operate it from there. We would increase the access that humanity had to the deep oceans. Let me stop there because I don't even know if I answered your question at this point because I went off on
No, you
a
did.
few tangents there.
Thank you. Was carbon fiber always a fundamental part of the plan for the OceanGate submersibles?
No, in fact, developing our own subs was not in the original plans. When we started OceanGate, it was just me and Stockton and a commitment to each other that we were going to make this work. He was going to put in money, I was going to run the business. We just needed to figure out what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. At the time, we had absolutely no intention of building our own subs. Now, what we did intend to do was buy a used sub so that, we ended up calling it our training wheel sub, so that we could learn more about subs and we could learn more about sub operations. So that when we went to build this fleet of 4 or 5 subs and deploy them around the world, we would know what we were looking for and we would know what capabilities those subs needed to have. So immediately, within a couple months of founding OceanGate, we had the opportunity to purchase Antipodes, which was an ABS class 300-meter 5-person sub, which we did buy. And we operated for the entire time that I was there until January 2015. While we were operating Antipodes, in parallel, we were trying to develop the plans for deep diving subs, because keep in mind, the vision was to have 6,000 meter capable subs. Antipodes was only 300 meters. So we knew Antipodes wasn't going to be our answer. We knew we had to find other deep diving subs. So we did a few things during the time that we were operating Antipodes. One of them was to talk to all the sub builders to find out who could get us these 5 subs that we wanted to reposition around the world. We talked with Phil Newton. We talked with Patrick Leahy and his partner Bruce Jones at Triton. We talked with Will Conan and his brother at at Imagine. We talked with the folks at U-Boat Works. We talked with a lot of people. And every single one of them was willing to sell us one of their subs. They were willing to take our money and build us a sub. After all, that's the business they're in, and they're very good at it. The problem was that we had very specific business requirements for these subs because of our vision. And when we put the business requirements to each of them, none of them seemed to be able to deliver what we needed to have delivered. And after a while, when you're faced with that conundrum as an entrepreneur, you've got two choices, right? If you based your whole business plan on having certain technology, and now the people that can build the technology are telling you it's not possible, you've got two choices. Well, I guess one choice is you could shut down the business. But if you want to keep the business going, you've got two choices. You either change your business model or you find a better engineering solution. And Stockton, being the engineer that he was, he opted for finding a better engineering solution. Because during the time that we were doing this, over the period of a couple of years, we had talked with enough other engineers that we, and Stockton in particular, convinced ourselves that it'd be possible to build a sub that would meet all of our business requirements. And so, this is again a long-winded answer, but initially we weren't even going to build our own subs. The big business innovation for us was the business model, which was chartering the subs instead of selling subs. And I guess that's something I kind of left out of the competitive landscape, right? And again, it's still true today, that if you want to dive deep, if you want to go deeper than 1,000 meters, today your only choices are to pay Triton to build you a deep diving sub, or I'm sure Imagine would also do it for you, or U-Boat Works, in which case you're spending millions of dollars to buy the sub. It's going to have to be on a mothership, so you're going to have to spend tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, on a big enough ship. And then you're going to have to spend millions of dollars per year to operate the ship with the sub. And for certain people, that's perfectly viable. Triton's very good at what they do. Imagine's good at what they do. U-Boat Works is good at what they do. And they make amazing subs. But the only people they can sell those to are essentially wealthy individuals. They've sold subs to tour operators and to cruise ships, but those are usually their shallower subs. They're deeper subs. I'd have to ask Patrick, or someone would have to ask Patrick, but I'm willing to bet that every deep diving sub that they've built beyond 1,000 meters has been sold to a private individual who puts it on one of their yachts.
At what point?
Sorry, go ahead.
Were you complete with your thoughts, or I was just going to go on to the next question, or a follow-up to your statement?
Well, just completing that, the flip side of that. So our first innovation was, look, if what we're trying to do is open up access to the deep oceans, and one of the big limiting factors is money, because not everyone has tens of millions of dollars to do this, then we need to bring the costs down by at least one order of magnitude, if not two. So one way of doing that would be to figure out a way of building cheaper subs. And that wasn't something we were interested in, didn't want to do. So the other way of bringing the cost down is to change the business model. And so the way we innovated the business model was basically to offer these subs on a charter basis. Back in 2009, if you wanted to charter a sub, there was nowhere you could go to charter a sub. Sadly, today, there are only two places you can go to charter a sub that I know of, and neither one of those operations has a sub that will go deeper than 1,000 meters. And so our objective, our innovation initially was a business model innovation. We just went out as a charterer and not as a sub builder. Sorry, Commander Whalen, you wanted to ask another question.
At what point, so 2009, 2010, at what point did you change the business model to then go to the charter and then to the actual building of a submersible? Was that while you were still involved with the company?
There's a couple of nuances in your question. So let me see the easiest way to answer that. So while I was still there, we started realizing that we were going to have to build our own stuff. That was definitely while I was there, and because we did start coming up with plans for how we would do this, right? That's also when we came up with a plan for. I think that's about the time that we started looking at carbon fiber as a potential alternative for pressure hull. And as Patrick mentioned before on Friday, that's not a novel idea. People have looked at carbon fiber before. In fact, we had both, Stock and I had both been introduced to carbon fiber by Graham Hawkes, who had developed at least designs for a full ocean depth sub using carbon fiber. So it wasn't innovative. It was just something that we started looking at while I was still there. So we started exploring the idea of a carbon fiber hull. We started exploring the idea of building our own sub, how we were going to do that. So that's about the time when we kind of came up with essentially a 3-phase growth plan for the company. The first phase was the one we were in then, which was basically kind of the startup mode, get antipodes, get comfortable with antipodes, get comfortable with subs, operate the sub. Phase 2 was going to be get comfortable with building a sub. What does it take to build a sub? And then phase 3 was going to be actually having the deep diving subs that would end up being this fleet of 5 subs around the world. At least that was the discussions that we were having at the time while I was still there. So we kind of came up with that plan. The reason I thought your question was a little nuanced is because we did start implementing that plan while I was still there. For that phase 2, where we were going to get practice building a sub, what we decided to do was, look, if we're serious about potentially having an innovative new material being used for the pressure hull, let's at least practice just building a sub with a standard hull. Let's go find a used sub with a standard classed titanium steel hull, and let's practice with that one. Let's go out and design some of the exterior elements and put them on a proven pressure vessel. And let's do that first, and let's test that out while we develop further this idea of a potential carbon fiber hull. And I think the idea at the time was, look, even if it turns out that the carbon fiber hull is not a viable option, at least we'll end up with 2 class titanium steel subs. And that's at least something we could do something with that as a business. So for that phase 2, what we did is we found the Lula 500, which is I think it was ABS class sub out of the Azores that was for sale. We purchased that one, and we were going to bring it back to the United States, take it to Everett, strip it down to its pressure hull, and then rebuild it. And eventually that is what happened. That is what ended up becoming Cyclops. So one of the last things that I did while I was still with the company in January 2013 is I'd gone to the Azores, completed the purchase of the Lula 500 and put it in containers to ship it back to the US. And what I don't remember, I was actually trying to think of it this weekend, I don't remember if by the time I left, the sub had already arrived in Florida. I think it had. And then we put the containers on a flatbed truck and drove it across to Seattle. I don't remember if it had already left before I left or if it left as I left or something like that, but it was right about that time in the end of 2012, early 2013.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break for a technical issue.
And hearing will recess and reconvene at 9:35.
everything related to Antipodes. The first thing we did is we brought in Pete Hoffman, who's the man who built Antipodes originally. We were the third owners of Antipodes. And so we brought in Pete from Florida. He helped us both with the sub and with the ABS compliance, and then also kind of talked us through a lot of the regulatory issues on it. That was number one. Number two, around that time is when I started getting, as the CEO of the company, I started getting involved with the Marine Technology Society's Manned Underwater Vehicles Committee, which is headed up by, or at the time was headed up by Will Conan. And so I would talk a lot with all of them, Will, Patrick, all those folks, and they helped educate me on a lot of the regulatory compliance issues. And honestly, I think at the time I was probably the one heading up the regulatory compliance. Keeping in mind that at the time, when we talk about regulatory compliance, we were talking about ABS classing the sub and complying with Coast Guard regs whenever we dove Antipodes in U.S. waters. But that was the extent of what I had to deal with while I was there.
Did you understand the limitations of a vessel certificated as a small passenger vessel?
Yes.
And at that time, what did you believe to be the Coast Guard regulations regarding small passenger vessels with submersible operations?
Where do you want to start? You know, there's sub operations, there's the building of the subs and all that stuff. Specifically, what I had to deal with the most is obviously the NAVIC 593, where my recollection now 10 plus years later of what that entailed was basically limiting submersibles to three categories. One is recreational use, in which case the only people authorized to go in the sub are the sub owner and any guests, non-paying guests. The second category was passenger vessel. If you're going to charge somebody to go in, you basically had to comply. I think you talked through this with Patrick on Friday. You had to comply with the regulations that were established in the 1980s to accommodate Atlantis submarines, which, by the way, currently, as far as I understand, as of last year, are still the only 3 subs operating in U.S. waters. Are Atlantis tourist subs, one in Hawaii, one in Saipan, and one in Guam. And then the third category was oceanographic research vessel, which was effectively the Coast Guard taking regulations that were originally designed for surface ships and kind of flipping them over and using them for submersibles. And in which case, the only people allowed to be in the subs were 3 categories, were the sub owners, the crew, and researchers.
And which of those 3 that you just explained did you feel that the Antipodes fell under?
So that, if you think about that, it's dependent on the actual dive, right? It's depending on the dive op. So sometimes you could say that we were operating as a recreational vessel because it was just the owners or guests. Sometimes we were operating as an ORV. We never operated as a passenger vessel, that I know, because there was no way we were going to be able to comply with the regulations for a passenger vessel. And by the way, no deep diving sub can comply with those regulations because they weren't created for that kind of a vessel.
Did you ever accept payment for a vessel dive or for somebody to come on board the vessel?
I believe we did under the auspices of the ORV. And in order to do that, one of the obviously Coast Guard, you already know this, but one of the requirements for complying with the ORV is you have to get approval from sector commanders. So when we operated the sub, I basically helped take the sub to, I guess, on 6 different, let's call them expeditions, in 4 different Coast Guard sectors: Puget Sound, San Francisco, LA, and Miami. And so for all of those, before we went, we had to sit down with the sector command and walk through everything that we were doing, make sure that we had all the documentation in place. And honestly, it was an interesting educational experience for me, because I didn't realize, in their greater wisdom, the Coast Guard gives a lot of deference to sector commanders, knowing that each sector is different. And so as we went through this, each sector commander that we spoke with had a different tolerance for how to deal with this strange thing coming into their sector, right? You don't get a lot of subs operating in U.S. waters, especially deep diving subs, even though Antipodes was a shallow deep diving sub, 300 meters. And so some sector commanders were open to it. Some sector commanders just didn't want to have it in their waters because they didn't know what to do with it. Some sectors kind of changed because, as you know, sector commanders rotate every 2 or 3 years. And sometimes we'd get a good relationship with a good sector commander who understood what we were doing and was willing to work with us. And then we'd make plans to go. And then on the way there, they would rotate out, and a new sector commander would come in and they'd change their minds, and then we'd have to scrap our plans. So, yeah, we worked as closely as we could with each of the Coast Guard sectors on this.
Recorder, I'm going to ask you to please bring up Exhibit 92. And Mr. Sunline, it should come up on your desktop.
Okay.
Which was a July 5th, 2012 article from Miami Today. And once you see it, sir, just please let me know.
Yeah, I can see it.
And do you recognize this article, sir?
I have no idea. Over the years, there's been a million articles written about a lot of stuff.
Roger, sir.
Is there a specific part you want me to look at?
Yes, sir. It'll be the bottom paragraph as on the bottom of the screen there. Mm-hmm. And it states, just scroll down a little bit more. There we go. It says, our expeditions, what we do is not tourism operation. He said, our expeditions are working in the field. Everyone has to participate. We allow citizen scientists to pay, but we hire them as part of the crew.
Excuse me.
Yes, OceanGate.
Do we know who is making this statement?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
We do, sir. It was you.
Okay, that's what I thought. Go ahead.
Can you scroll down to the top of the next page? And it states, his clientele come from all walks of life. They do have some financial resources. This is not cheap. He said costs can range from $7,500 to $40,000 per person, depending on the length and complexity of this mission.
Yeah.
And that was regarding your plan for the operations to begin in Miami in 2012.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right.
Do you remember this part of your business model?
Yes, it was basically trying to figure out what could be done under the ORV model in a way that that could generate a business model, right? Because if you think about it, under the ORV model, the only people that you could charge is researchers, and researchers generally don't have funds to fund this kind of work. And we were trying to find ways to get these researchers to the ocean where they wanted to be to go collect their data. And so we looked at a model that's been kind of perfected by an organization called Earthwatch, where they have people come out to, I think it's archaeological digs, and people pay money to go dig in the dirt and be part of these archaeological digs. And the reason they do that is to support the researchers' work. And so we were trying to figure out how we could get funding to fund the researchers who did not have the ability to pay for these kinds of expeditions. By the way, that's also one of the what we ended up doing, even while I was there, with OceanGate Foundation. Right, we were trying to figure out how to get scientists to go in these subs, and we thought that the number one cost driver for them was the chartering of the sub, and it turns out the greater cost for them was the cost of the data analysis afterwards. And so we created OceanGate Foundation as a way of paying for that part of their research so that they could do the work that they needed to do underwater.
Did you ever discuss this approach as originally discussed, as we stated in the article, with the Coast Guard Inspections Division? And what was their interpretation of what your business model was?
I don't remember which division we talked to where, and and I don't remember what their take was on any of this stuff. But what I do know is we did not move the sub from Seattle to Miami until we knew that the Coast Guard sector was going to be okay with what we were doing there, because we were evaluating a lot of other places to take the sub. We looked at San Diego, we looked at St. Petersburg, we looked at Miami, we looked at a lot of different places to take the sub. Basically, we wanted to get it out of the Pacific Northwest and get it further south to get more viable diving days so that we'd get more experience with the sub. And so I talked to all of those sectors, explaining our business, explaining what we were doing. Honestly, for every sector, everywhere I went, I had to educate them on what an ORV was, and I had to explain to them what NAVIC 593 was. And they were constantly calling back to headquarters, because I think, Commander Whalen, I think you and I talked about, I think you had an expert at headquarters on this, and I think he recently retired in the last year. They were on the phone with him all the time, trying to get guidance on what to do with this strange thing that was coming into their sector. So I don't remember specifically who I talked with at the Coast Guard sector in Miami. I don't know specifically what they said. I'm sure there's got to be documentation somewhere. But I do know that there's no way we would have moved the sub to Miami if we didn't have a comfort level that the Coast Guard was going to be comfortable with what we were doing.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 002 and turn to page 11, which is the Antipodes Coast Guard Missile Activity Summary. And missile is an acronym which means Marine Information for Safety and Law Enforcement. And zoom in at the top there. Scroll down.
If I scroll down and go see it.
Okay, thank you. So, sir, it says the operator had requested permission to have operators pay for a course in operation of the sub to qualify as a sub pilot. We informed the operator that this would be considered passenger for hire consideration. And from there, it was denied. From there,
Yeah, and that's dated August 2012, right?
that is correct, sir. And then at that point,
Yeah, in short.
at that point, you then contacted Sector San Francisco.
Well, I don't know if I did, because I left a few months after that. And by then we had already made the decision to stop operating Antipodes, and we were going to focus on building what ended up being Cyclops back in Everett. And we basically closed up shop in Miami, put Antipodes on a flatbed truck, and drove it back to Everett. And all of that happened after I left. So I'm not familiar with this stuff. And by the way, August 2012 is also right about when I turned the company over to Stockton as CEO, and he was still based in Everett. And we started the process of shutting down Miami.
Thank you, sir. Recorder, can you please turn to page 17? I'm going to have to find the correct page in which which was a letter to Lieutenant Commander in the United States Coast Guard, dated September 17th, 2012. That's correct. And in this letter, do you recognize this letter, sir? Which was operations plan for Monterey 2012 expedition.
2012. Yeah, that does look familiar. Wait, was this my letter? Did I sign this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because it looks like my formatting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
And the second paragraph states, even though we generally operate our submarine under an oceanographic research vessel letter of designation issued by Sector Miami, during this expedition, we will not be getting paid cash or other consideration by anyone getting in the sub. Instead, we will be supporting two 501c3 nonprofit organizations, the Blue Ocean Film Festival during its biannual awareness building event, and the OceanGate Foundation during its annual education and outreach program to the Monterey community.
Yes.
So was this the new business model for OceanGate with regards to accepting consideration for these operations? To utilize the
'cause that's
OceanGate
not-
Foundation?
Oh, no, because that's not a business model. That doesn't get any money into OceanGate Inc. This is a way this was essentially what it says there, kind of raising awareness. This was kind of part of our marketing budget. No, because that's not a business model. You can't make money doing that.
And what was the relationship between OceanGate Foundation and OceanGate Inc.?
Well, as I said before, what primarily, at least at the time, what we were using it for was to pay for research grants for researchers to conduct their research and to do kind of what it said there, kind of awareness building. What we would do, if like in Monterey, what we did is we took the sub there, and then we would put it on display, and the OceanGate Foundation would go out into the schools and bring kids out to look at the sub, or we would take our pilots into the schools to talk to the kids about careers in oceanographic research and in ocean engineering. It was very it was very what do you call it, bifurcated. Right, the OceanGate Foundation dealt with education and science, and we dealt with operating the sub.
And so where did funding come from to operate the sub?
At that point, investors. Because at that point, I think we'd already started raising money for building Cyclops, and we knew there's no money in building a product, right? We were going to need funding for that. So if I remember correctly, I think we started raising some money right about then. And by the way, all of this is obviously in U.S. waters, right? And trying to comply with the Coast Guard's regulations. And as you are accurately pointing out, it is very difficult to operate in U.S. waters as a deep diving submersible under the ORV model. And that's why there aren't that many subs operating in U.S. waters. And I don't know how that is currently relative to other jurisdictions, but the Coast Guard is very, very clear and stringent about deep sub operations in U.S. waters.
So if OceanGate Inc. was responsible for the submersibles themselves, and OceanGate Foundation was responsible, as you said, for supporting researchers and basically research, how were the operations paid for, such as utilizing or paying for the support vessels and the vessels to tow the submersible out?
Well, as far as I remember, it was out of our Ocean Inc.'s operating budget, and that was from investors, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but again, this wasn't our business model, right? Remember that we were in the process at the beginning of a 3-stage approach to get to a point where we could have a fleet of charterable subs. And it turns out, as we were doing our training wheels with Antipodes, we realized that fleet of deep diving submersibles that we wanted to have in our long-term vision, unfortunately, one of them was not going to be in U.S. waters because it was going to be too difficult to operate.
Were you still with the company when the board of directors began to form?
I think while I was there, we did have a board of directors. I think there were 4 or 5 of us, me, Stockton, and maybe 2 or 3 others. And I don't think we did much at the time other than have some regular meetings. But yes, we did have a board of directors while I was there.
Did each of the members, other than yourself and Mr. Rush, have a specific role or responsibility within the board?
Yeah, that I don't remember. Stockton was chairman of the board, and he ran the board. I was busy running the company, and so I honestly didn't pay much attention to the board dynamics. My job was, whenever we had a board meeting, was to present an update on company operations to the board.
Was anyone on the board at the time responsible for regulations or compliance?
I don't think so. Now, honestly, I'm trying to remember who was on the board during that time. But I don't think, I know at some point we brought Admiral Lockwood on board, former Coast Guard Admiral, but I think that was after I left. And he certainly wouldn't have been responsible, quote unquote, for it. So no, I don't think so.
When did you depart, or when did you leave the company, and what factors influenced your decision to depart?
Yeah, so I ended up leaving permanently end of January 2013. Like I said, in August, Stockton and I made a decision to transfer the CEO title from me to him, and he really wanted me to stay with the company. So we kind of decided to give me the COO title. I didn't think it would make sense for me to stay. So it was really ultimately my decision to leave. It was in large part what drove the change in CEO title from me to Stockton was that we were transitioning from that first phase to that second phase. And so we were transitioning from an operations phase to an engineering phase. And that was really his strength, not mine. And it made sense for him to take the reins of the company. Also, because we were entering into an engineering phase, to go to your earlier question, we were going to have to raise more money. And anyone who's raised money into an early stage company knows that at that stage, investors are not so much betting on the business model or on the technology, they're betting on the CEO. And since the investors were probably going to be friends of Stockton or somebody who knew Stockton, it just made sense from a business strategy perspective for him to be CEO. So we made that decision, and that was a fairly easy decision. The tougher decision was whether or not I should stay. And he wanted me to stay. He wanted me to be COO, Chief Operating Officer, and keep running the company. But it didn't make sense for a number of different reasons, right? One is we weren't really going to be operating. We were going to be building. And there wasn't going to be much for me to do in terms of operations, number one. Number two, every time you take a founder CEO and bring in a new CEO and keep that other former CEO in the company, it's confusing to the team. It's almost like, you run the risk of, the new CEO telling the team to do something and they don't agree with it. So they go running to the other former CEO, and now you've got internal conflict already. It's kind of like children playing their two parents against each other. So just in general, I don't think it's a good practice to keep the former co-founder CEO in the company. And also from a practical standpoint, I was getting paid $120,000 a year at the time. And it just didn't make sense financially to keep paying me that kind of salary when I wasn't really going to be doing much other than, overseeing business operations. It would have been much better for the company to take that money and hire maybe a couple of $60,000 a year engineers, or use the money to hire a senior engineer. I don't know. But as a shareholder in the company, it just didn't make financial sense for me to stay. And even and I have to say this, even though it was my decision, it was one of the hardest decisions I had to make to leave this company, because while I was there, I told many of my friends, I thought this was going to be the last job I ever had. I could envision myself being with OceanGate until I retired for 30, 40, 50 years. And so leaving OceanGate was tough. It was tough for me psychologically. It was tough emotionally. It's almost like anyone who started a company, you kind of treat your startup like one of your children, right? And at some point, for the good of the company, you have to leave and you have to let it go and let it grow. And honestly, looking back, if I had stayed, I think I would have just held the company back. It would not have accomplished everything that it accomplished with me still there. So in retrospect, I was glad I left for the good of the company. But yeah, it was a difficult decision.
You had mentioned the word team and the effect that position changes would have on them. How many employees were there at OceanGate at the time?
Ooh, now you're asking me to reach way back. I want to say anywhere from 10 to 12. I don't know, somewhere in that range.
And that was just so for the date, we're clear, that was in 2013 that you departed the company?
Yeah, so as we made these decisions to transition from operations to engineering, I think almost everybody, maybe there were a couple people back in Everett, the rest were in Miami. And yeah, we were going to have to relocate some of them back to Everett, or we were going to have to let them go in Miami and hire new people back in Everett for different roles.
So you did move operations to Miami at some point?
Yes, in early 2012. So I think we lasted there not more than a year.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you retain any financial interest in the company following your departure?
Yes, I think from the beginning to this day, I think I still have my same 500,000 common shares in the company. I stopped keeping track of it ages ago because we've raised so much money with preferred shareholders with liquidity preferences above me that I just basically resigned myself to the fact that I'm probably never going to see anything out of that equity stake. But yes, I think to this day, I still have my shares in the company.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, sir.
Sir, Mr. Fawcett now has some questions for you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. In your location, thank you for being here. My name is Keith Fawcett. So were you actually a member of the Marine Technology Society?
Well, more than that, I was a member of the MTS. I was a member of the Manned Underwater Vehicles Committee, which was chaired by Will Conan. And for, I think, a year or two, I was chair of the MTS Ocean Exploration Committee.
So my questions relate to the same time frame as Commander Whalen's, up until including the accident day, June 18, 2023. So were you aware that during 2018, a group of volunteers at the Marine Technology Society had drafted a letter of concern about OceanGate operations in draft form? I
learned about that afterwards. In fact, I don't even know how I learned about that. Obviously, by then, I not only left the company, I was no longer a member of MTS, and I was not an active participant in the committees. But yeah, honestly, I don't even remember how I learned about that.
As a former member, do you recall seeing that draft letter?
No, in fact, to this day, I've never read it.
I think I believe there was testimony that he was not a member of that committee at the time, or that organization at the time it was drafted, so.
Okay, I understand. So I guess, let me rephrase the question. Even though you were not a member of the MTS, did you ever see a draft of the letter of concern ahead of the accident, sir?
No. And to this day, I've never read it. I've never seen it.
Thank you, sir. So the board of directors at OceanGate, what was the purpose of the board?
What was the purpose of any board, or that
No.
board in particular at
No,
that
that
time?
board. That board, sir.
That's a good question, because board of directors evolve over time as the organization evolves. I think in the early days of any startup, and including OceanGate, the board of directors is really there kind of to provide kind of regulatory mandated corporate oversight. And I think early on in a small board, in a startup board, it's usually a small board, and you usually have the co-founders and maybe one or two people as tiebreakers in any sort of strategic vote. So I think at the time, the board, just like with any other startup, the board in early stages doesn't have a lot of responsibilities. It's there to kind of prepare the company for a future growth phase, and to be kind of a sounding board for the management team, specifically the CEO.
Did OceanGate Foundation have a board of directors?
I believe that what we called it was a board of trustees, I think. But yes, it did. And in fact, for when we founded it, I was one of the trustees. And then we quickly realized that was our first, any of us, that was our first dealing with 501c3s. And we realized that the IRS was going to have a problem with too much overlap between the for-profit company and the foundation. So I stepped down from the board, and I basically ceased all my activities with the foundation and just focused exclusively on OceanGate Inc.
So do you recall if the bylaws of OceanGate and the board of directors required minutes of those board meetings to be created?
Ooh, no, I do not remember that.
And then you mentioned retired Coast Guard Admiral John Lockwood. When did you not specific dates, but when did you become aware of that individual, retired Coast Guard Admiral Lockwood?
I don't remember. In fact, I'm trying to remember if I've even met him in person. And I don't remember how Stockton met him either. But I know Stockton spoke very highly of him and really wanted him involved in the company. But honestly, I don't remember if that was while I was still there or not.
Do you know what expertise he was expected to bring to the OceanGate Board of Directors?
No, but I imagine it had to do with the fact that he was a retired Coast Guard admiral, right? And as Commander Whalen asked earlier, maybe help us figure out how to navigate through some of the Coast Guard regulations so that we could operate in U.S. waters.
So at any time, did OceanGate or anyone working as a contractor for OceanGate, were they employed to deal with the question of passengers? In other words, it's a very complex term. We talk about mission specialists, compensation, and so forth. So did OceanGate, to your knowledge, employ somebody to help you, for example, with the specific definition of mission specialist?
Objection.
Okay.
I'm not
Understand,
sure about
OceanGate.
that. I don't know if Mr. Sondland understood the question, but I did not.
Understand, and I don't think we've discussed mission specialists yet
Okay.
with this witness.
Do you understand what a mission specialist is with regards to OceanGate?
Yeah, but I was going to ask you for clarification on what you mean by helping me deal with it. Like, do you mean like somebody who understood the regulations and was going to help us with regulatory compliance? Is that what you mean?
Yes, correct. In other words, the people that pay with OceanGate to go on the submersible are called mission specialists. So
Is that a question for Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah, I don't really understand the question, sir. Can you rephrase, Mr. Fawcett?
yes, did someone help or contract to help create the definition of mission specialist related to OceanGate operations?
From a marketing perspective or from a regulatory perspective? From a marketing perspective, yes, because we had marketing people on board. From a regulatory perspective, no, I don't think so. I don't remember hiring anybody to specifically deal with that.
And were the submersibles operated while you were there at OceanGate, were they insured for their operations?
So I know you said submersibles plural, but while I was there, we just had the one. We just had Antipodes. And I do not remember if they were insured or not. I don't remember.
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, at this time, I'd like to transfer the questioning over to the National Transportation Safety Board. Mr. Muse.
Well, good afternoon, sir. You said you get to visit several different sector commands around the country, and they had different requirements, obviously. Did any of them ask for emergency response plans that would help out in a search and rescue case?
Every one of them. I think it was part of operating as an ORV.
That's an ORV, okay. How about, did any of them ask for some sort of state registration? I noticed that I believe both Antipodes and Cyclops are registered in Washington. Was that original, or did one of the sector commanders ask for that?
Yeah, I don't remember anybody asking for that, but we did register Antipodes. That was one of the first things. That was one of my first exposures to regulatory compliance with a submersible. I had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles in Washington and fill out a form, and I had to check a box for what I was trying to register, and there was no box. Surprise, surprise, there was no box for submersible. I had to go ask one of the clerks what box I should check, and I described it. She said, well, why don't you check the box for what was it, submerged platform or something like that. And so that's what I had to do to get the registration number for Antipodes. And so, yeah, I don't think anybody asked us for it, but we had it. And so we just provided it wherever we went.
Both Cyclops and Antipodes were classed before you purchased them. Did they have any sort of flag registration where they were operating before?
Okay, just point of clarification. We did not buy Cyclops. We built Cyclops. What we bought was the Lula 500 from the Azores. And as far as flagging them, they're prior. I don't remember. Like I said, we were the third owners of Antipodes. The second owners were a tourism operation out of New Zealand. And I don't remember if it was flagged in New Zealand. As Tim Catterson testified last week, he was the chief pilot for the second owner. Maybe he remembers. I don't know. And for the Lula 500, the people that we bought it from, the organization that we bought it from, is now operating the Lula 1000. And they may know if they were flagged in the Azores, but I don't remember.
Did Lula 500 come with its own Lars platform, or is that something you built in the transition to Cyclops?
No, actually, if we go back to Commander Whalen's questioning about the business model and why we didn't want a dedicated mothership, this was something that we started developing even with Antipodes, even while we had Antipodes, because we knew that having at the time we called it an LRT, a launch retrieval and transport system. That was going to be key to bringing down the cost of operations and thereby kind of opening up access to the oceans by using smaller ships. And we didn't come up with that idea on our own. That was something that the University of Hawaii had pioneered for years when they were diving their Pisces 4 and 5 subs. Their LRT allowed them to not have to have a ship with a crane, and they would tow the subs out to dive sites and then submerge them with the LRT. They were very helpful with us. They shared with us a lot of their designs and their plans for their LRT, and we took that and started modifying it for our uses. So we started doing that even while I was there. Started doing some rudimentary tests with it back then. So no, neither the Lula 500 nor Antipodes came with an LRT, but we did build the system.
Was there any discussion with the Coast Guard on updating the NAVIC to maybe help you meet your business goals? I mean, at this point, it's 20 years old in the time frame we're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, we had discussions with the Coast Guard on updating that back then, and you can ask Will Conan when he testifies. We just had discussions with him as recently as last fall, and Will had an amazing interaction with him, which I thought was very fascinating. But look, at the end of the day, there's kind of a chicken and egg kind of thing, right? No sub is going to come operate in U.S. waters because the NAVIC doesn't really allow for flexibility to do that in a way that makes sense, business sense for the sub operator. And on the other hand, the Coast Guard has no incentive to change or update NAVIC 593 until there is a sub operating in U.S. waters. So it's a chicken and egg thing. And Will can testify to the interaction he had with the Coast Guard representative at the conference last year. But at one point, the Coast Guard representative gave a great answer. Will said, look, if you don't change the NAVIC 593, we're never going to have deep diving subs operating in U.S. waters. And his response was, I understand that, but that's not my mandate. My mandate is not economic development. My mandate is public safety. And it would be a waste of taxpayer money to develop new regulations when there's no one to use them. And so it's kind of a chicken and egg thing, and I don't envision that changing anytime in the near future, because honestly, as an American taxpayer, I agree with the Coast Guard, right? Until there's a need for it, it's a waste of taxpayer money to update that NAVIC 593. And that is how the NAVIC was updated, 40 years ago. There was a company that wanted to bring subs into U.S. waters, and so there was a justification for it back then.
Are there other national regulatory schemes around the world that we could possibly emulate or get ideas from? I know the UK has some, the French. We heard last week that the Cayman Islands have something. Are there any ideas there that we can turn to?
I don't know, because the entire time I was at OceanGate, we only operated in U.S. waters, and that was the only thing I was familiar with. But Will Conan is probably the best person to ask about that.
What do you think is the best platform to regulate this industry? Would it be the IMO or individual flag states, or should we just rely on class, or just go with industry standards?
That's always a difficult question to ask an operator, because that's not my wheelhouse, right? That's not what I would do. What I will say is this is not an industry, right? We talk about industry standards. This is not an industry. It's at most, again, you can ask Will Conan, he'll have the numbers, but it's at most 100 subs in the world operating. And if you're talking about deep diving subs, there's probably less than 10. I can only think of 6, and that's including the 5 government subs. It's not really an industry. And so coming up with even standards is difficult to do, in an emerging kind of field like this. So I don't know what the right way is to regulate this kind of activity. And I probably wouldn't look at the submersible world. I'd look to other fields to see what they did in their regulatory scheme. Like, for example, right now there's a big push worldwide with eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft or air taxis. Maybe that's somewhere to look. I don't know, but that's certainly not my expertise.
Okay, thank you for that. Antipodes was built in the UK. Do I have that right?
Ooh, now you're digging way back. So
It was not built in
initially,
the US. It's not American built though. Is that correct?
I do not. So the original sub was a Perry class diver lockout system, a Perry 1201, and I think Perry was a UK company. So yes, originally it was built in the UK.
So even if we were to update the regulations or the NAVIC to allow you to carry passengers to depths, those both Cyclops and Antipodes, the law would prevent you from carrying passengers in U.S. waters anyway. Do I understand that right?
I'd have to dig into that more. I don't know. Because, for example, like I said, Antipodes, the Perry 1201 was built in the UK, but Antipodes was basically the front third of the PC 1201. It was the pilot section of the 1201, and that work was done in Florida. So I don't know if carving up an existing large sub and turning it into a smaller sub qualifies as being built in the US for legal and regulatory purposes. I have no idea. I have to look at that. Likewise with Cyclops, I don't remember where the Lula 500 was built. I think Patrick Leahy would probably know because I think he was involved with it. But the fact that stripping it down to its pressure hull and reassembling it as something new called Cyclops, and that was done in the U.S., I don't know if that would qualify under the Jones Act for this kind of thing.
Okay, and lastly, did Mr. Hawks, or what lessons did Mr. Hawks share about building carbon fiber hulls, or any lessons learned from the one that he had built, was later called the Deep Flight Challenger, I believe?
Yes, correct. I don't remember because a lot of that were lessons learned from an engineering perspective. So those were conversations that he would have with Stockton, since they're both aerospace engineers and they were both looking at that. The thing I do remember is him saying that carbon fiber is doable, it's viable for certain uses underwater. I don't know if he meant for full ocean depth. I don't know if he meant for 4,000 meters. I don't know if he meant for 30 meters. But I'm the world's leading expert on using carbon fiber for pressure vessels for deep submersibles.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Sir, this is Jason Neubauer. I just have a couple follow-up questions from the initial lines. Sir, after you departed OceanGate, did anyone from the MTS ever reach out to you with safety concerns regarding OceanGate's Titan expeditions to the Titanic wreckage?
I don't think so. I think I would have remembered if they did. No.
Sir, during the Antipodes operations, were the guests who were donating or paying for the excursions limited to scientists?
No. I think that's about when we started, like I said earlier, I think that's when we started experimenting with this concept of a mission specialist, kind of borrowing from the Earthwatch model. And so what we would do is we would have people who would kind of be trained on fulfilling different functions within the dive, whether it was assisting the pilot or assisting the researcher or assisting the data collection.
And sir, when you met with the various Coast Guard sector commanders, would you make the argument that those mission specialists were part of the crew of the oceanographic research vessel?
So honestly, because this was so critical and so important, and yet so vague, at least every conversation I had with the Coast Guard, I was open with them, and I just told them, look, here's because again, most of the sector commanders had never even seen a NAVIC 593 or didn't know what an ORV was when it came to subs. And I had to explain to them what we were trying to do. And I would explain to them, look, this is what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to create a financial model that allows us to find a way of funding oceanographic research in a way that currently can't be done because researchers don't have the funds to do this. And we're trying to do this in US waters. We're trying to comply with the ORV regulations. And this is what we've come up with. And we realize this is kind of shoehorning it in, but this is how we're kind of, trying to meet the requirements of both our business and the Coast Guard. And I was just, personally, I was in conversations. I was upfront with the Coast Guard and tried getting them to help me figure out how to make this all work. And like I said, some of the sector commands were open to that, and some of them said, no, it's clearly you're a passenger vessel, and I'm not going to let you operate in our sector.
And sir, along those, to follow up on that, do you remember the actual areas that the Antipodes ended up operating in?
Yeah, so obviously in Puget Sound, so we operated there. We operated in, while I was there, we operated in Monterey, California, and that fell under the San Francisco sector. We operated in Catalina Island, which fell under the LA Long Beach sector. And then we operated off the coast of Miami, which obviously fell under the Miami sector. And by the way, one of the reasons, the letter that Commander Whalen put up earlier from August 2012 from the Coast Guard, the reason it was dated then, even though we had moved there in January, is because when we first got there, we were doing training dives, right? We had never operated on the Atlantic Ocean. We'd never operated on the East Coast. And so a lot of what we were doing was training dives. And when I got there, I had to hire a bunch of new people. And so we spent a long time, like months, just learning how to dive the sub safely, and how to do it basically within 5 miles of Miami. So it really, initially, we didn't really need that kind of approval because it was basically training dives. But when we got to the point where we felt comfortable diving in Miami and we were going to try kind of pushing this mission specialist business model, that's when we asked for approval from the Coast Guard. But we had already, like I said before, we had already had these discussions with the Coast Guard before we made the decision to move to Miami.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify then, can you clarify which areas you dove with mission specialists out of the areas you just provided before?
You mean paying mission specialists, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember, because we did not do it in Miami. And by the way, one of the reasons, just a quick finishing up that thought on the letter from the Coast Guard in Miami, now that I'm kind of thinking through this, I remember being disappointed that we got rejected because we had done so much prep work before we moved to Miami. And I remember one of the things that happened is that was one of the sectors that I believe had a change in sector commander from the time we made the decision until we went. And the new sector commander just didn't like the idea of having subs in his sector, which made sense because at the time, both the Coast Guard and the Border Patrol were dealing with drug cartels from South America using submersibles to smuggle drugs into U.S. waters, specifically in South Florida. So I could totally understand, why they weren't comfortable with that. So we didn't do it there. We didn't do it in Catalina. We didn't do it in Puget Sound. did we do it the first time? We had two expeditions to Monterey, as you pointed out earlier. The second one was for market awareness. Maybe we did it on the first one. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember if anyone actually ever paid, now that I think about it. But obviously, I'd have to go back and look at the financial records and see what actually happened back then.
Thank you, sir. And just one last follow-up on that. Was it your perception that even after the Coast Guard local sector commanders would consult with headquarters, that the decisions were inconsistent, in your opinion?
Within the sectors that were comfortable with us operating, no, I think they were consistent. And within the sectors that didn't want us operating, I think they were consistent. I think what was inconsistent was whether or not they were comfortable with us diving there or operating there or not. But again, I could understand it because the sector commanders had a certain amount of discretion. And I could understand why Miami and LA may think differently than Seattle or San Francisco or Baltimore. So yeah, it was, I think they were consistent within the two categories of denial or acceptance. I don't know if that's answers your question, but yeah.
It does. And sir, I have one other question. Were you aware that if under domestic certification, like the Atlanta submarines, that the depth of the dives would be greatly limited?
Yeah, actually, someone mentioned earlier that, even if the regulations allowed us to take paying passengers, would that have made a difference? The limitation for us wasn't necessarily the getting paid part, although that was a part of it. The limitation with the NAVIC 593 is on the operations. And I mean, the requirements are ridiculous because they were written for Atlanta subs, right? So for example, one of the requirements, I don't know if it's still the same, but what I remember from back then, one of the requirements is that the sub pilot had to have a Coast Guard 100-ton captain's license, which of course made sense if you're operating an Atlanta submarine that's carrying 70 people. But when you're piloting Antipodes, which is like 15 feet long and carries 5 people, it just doesn't make sense to require the sub pilot to have a 100-ton license. Likewise, the passenger vessel, at least back then, if I remember correctly, I don't know what it is now, the passenger vessel had to follow a pre-approved route every single time. For us, we called it, the tour bus, right? It's basically you're kind of doing laps around the lagoon, which makes sense. It's perfectly great for a tourism business. But when you're carrying out deep ocean exploration and research, you have no idea where you're going. You know generally where you're going, but you don't know what path you're going to take or what route you're going to take. And we certainly weren't going to follow it every single time, right? Researchers needed to move around, explorers needed to move around, filmmakers needed to move around. And so it was a lot of the operational restrictions that hurt us more than anything else.
Understand. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Council for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Does the board have any final questions for this witness? Mr. Fawcett?
To your knowledge, sir, were mission specialists ever paid?
I don't know. So, it's interesting because as we're talking, it's kind of jarring my memory and jogging some thoughts. As we went through a lot of this interaction with the Coast Guard, and the sector commanders or their staffs that were trying to help us figure out how to get this done in a way that made sense for us and also complied with regulations. One of the thoughts that we had at one point was, well, under an ORV, one of the categories that's allowed to be in the sub are owners of the subs. So we actually thought about, at one point, I don't think we ended up doing this, but we actually toyed with the idea of giving every mission specialist a share of ownership in the company, right? Because, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but at least it would help them qualify as legitimate owners of the sub. We ended up not doing that because it was just going to be horrendously, logistically, a nightmare. So one of the other categories of people that could be in the sub were crew. And so we actually thought about, well, what if we pay crew members, mission specialists, and maybe we pay them $1? It's consideration. And again, it sounds ridiculous, but we thought, and some of the Coast Guard sectors thought, I don't know, maybe that would qualify. I don't know. I don't think we ended up doing that though. I'd have to check. I don't think we ended up paying anybody. What we ended up defaulting to was the last category, which was researchers. And researchers within the ORV, if I remember correctly, was defined broadly enough that it could include people who were in training and people who were learning or people who were assisting a researcher. And ultimately, I think that's what we ended up defaulting to. And that's the part of the ORV that we ended up going through.
So were you offered an opportunity to take a dive on the Titan?
Many times.
And did you take a dive on the Titan?
No, but two thoughts on that. One is, every year that Titan went to Titanic, Stockton would always call me before we went to see if I wanted to go. He wanted me there. Even if I was just on surface ops, I didn't have to go on a dive. I didn't, as a shareholder, I didn't want to take up room in the sub. I wanted to make that available for the people that the dive was intended for. And I never went on any of the expeditions. But the reason I didn't go is because neither Stockton nor I were ever driven by tourism. We were never motivated by going somewhere that people had already been before. Well, the reason we got into this was because we both wanted to explore. We wanted to not only explore ourselves, but create the technologies that would allow other explorers to explore the ocean. So going to see a shipwreck that had already been well documented and that a bunch of people had already gone to, that didn't excite me. It didn't excite Stockton. So I never really had a desire to go on any of the expeditions. And I wanted to make room on the sub for people like Renata, who that was their life dream, to go to the Titanic. Well, great, let her go. I don't have to go. Now that's for the Titanic expeditions. Now for Diving Titan in particular, I will tell you this. Before the first crewed test dive of Titan, the first time that anybody was in the sub when Titan went down to 4,000 meters, as you already know, that dive was done by Stockton by himself. And he and I talked a month or two before he went down there. And he was telling me that it was finally time to actually take Titan on a test dive. And I believe that was Titan 1, the first hull. And he said, basically he was telling me it's time to put a human in there and we're going to do the test dive. And I said, well, I'm assuming you're going to pilot it. And he says, yeah, I'm piloting it. I said, great. Who else is going with you? And he said, nobody. I said, what do you mean nobody? He goes, I don't want anybody else in the sub. If anything happens, I want it to only impact me. It's my design. I believe in it. I trust it, but I don't want to risk anybody else. And I'm going to go by myself. Now, I've been on long dives before, and I know making a long dive by yourself, especially on a test dive, is not a fun activity. And so my response to him at the time, I kind of felt like I was reliving the graduation scene from the original Top Gun. I felt like the character Viper. You know, I kind of told him the same thing Viper told Maverick. I said, look, you're going to go by yourself, but if you get down there and you feel that you need a co-pilot, give me a call and I'll dive with you. And he said, thanks, I appreciate it, but I think I'm going to have to do this one by myself.
So you mentioned long dives. Are you referring to dives in submersibles to the deep ocean depths of approximately 3,000 meters?
No. You mean from my personal experience?
Yes, sir.
No. I think the deepest I ever dove was with Antipodes, 300 meters. But one thing that we did as a test dive in Miami, we always said that Antipodes carried 8 to 10 hours of life support and consumables, in addition to the 72 hours of emergency life support. But one of the things that we realized is our average duration of our dives was only like 2.5 hours. We were never really down. I think the longest dive we did was like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. And the rationale for that was, it gets uncomfortable after a while to be in the sub that long. And so there was no reason to really make anybody uncomfortable. And so we never really dove that long. But one of the things that we thought about while we were in Miami is, look, if we're going to keep saying that the sub can dive for 8 to 10 hours, we should dive it for 8 to 10 hours and test the limits of it. So we did create a dive plan where me and one of the other sub pilots and our research director at the time, where the three of us went in the sub and we dove it for 8 hours. I think the deepest we went was like 800 feet. But 8 hours was more than enough time for me as far as staying in a sub. And I was there with 2 other people. I can't imagine being in a sub that long by yourself the way Jim Cameron was when he went down to Challenger Deep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, just one quick follow-up. Back in 2012, OceanGate Expeditions was operating the Antipodes. We believe that they attempted to file as a foreign company in Florida. Do you remember that, sir? Is that accurate?
Well, so first of all, you said OceanGate Expeditions. As far as I know, OceanGate Expeditions was a subsidiary, something that was a separate legal entity that was created later after I left.
Sir, I'll just rephrase then. Do you know if there was ever talk about filing as a foreign company and operating in the U.S.?
Okay, now you changed the question because now you said in the U.S. Because registering as a foreign company in Florida, yeah, we probably had to do that because it's considered a foreign company if it's coming from another state. And if we were going to have employees in Florida, we probably did need to file as a foreign company in the state of Florida. As far as filing as a foreign company in the U.S., I don't know where we'd be filing from because we were an American company. I don't know.
Sir, no, that explains, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any further questions from the board at this time? Thank you, sir. Do you have anything that you'd like to offer to the board that we have not asked you at this time, sir?
Yeah, probably about 5 hours worth, but I know we don't have time for that. Maybe give some closing thoughts, if you don't mind. As I think back through everything that's happened over the last year, this was not supposed to happen, right? This shouldn't have happened. 5 people should not have lost their lives. 4 families should not be mourning their loved ones. And I don't know what happened. I don't know who made what decision when and based on what information. And honestly, I don't know if any of us will ever know this. Despite all of your team's investigative efforts, I don't know if we'll ever know the answers to all of this. And regardless, as Renata said last week, none of this is going to bring our friends back. However, I hope that all of us can find some good in all of this sadness. I hope that we can find some silver linings. I hope we can find some valuable lessons learned that we can all carry forward and continue exploring the deep oceans, and in some way do that to preserve the legacies of the 5 people who lost their lives. And thinking back to last week, Patrick Leahy said it very eloquently, right? The deep ocean is a magical place. And like Patrick, I hope that many, 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 many more people will get to experience it firsthand. But it looks like OceanGate's not going to be a part of that effort. And so I can only hope that others will be inspired by the mission that Stockton and I started back in 2009, and that so many dedicated OceanGate team members, investors, partners, mission specialists contributed to over the years since that founding. And this can't be the end of deep ocean exploration. This can't be the end of deep diving submersibles, and I don't believe that it will be. But I hope that someday in the near future, we'll look back on this time as a major turning point in human history, when the global general public finally took an active interest in all of our efforts, everything that all of us do to explore the deep oceans, to study them, and to preserve them. And I think if that happens, then that's probably the most fitting tribute for the memories of these 5 individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Soonline, you are now released as a witness to this Marine Board investigation. Thank you for your time and cooperation. If I need to reach you for further information, I will contact you directly. If you have any future questions or concerns about these proceedings, you may contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
Our next witness will be Mr. Roy Thomas with the American Bureau of Shipping. We will take a recess and reconvene at 11 a.m. Thank you.
be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Mr. Thomas, thanks again for coming today. I'm going to pass the questioning to Commander Whalen.
Your background and experience as a principal surveyor for the American Bureau of Shipping and any interactions that you may have had with OceanGate. Before we begin, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I'll stop and have you tell me exactly what that acronym means. And we understand that you have provided or brought with you a presentation, and that presentation will be brought into the record as Exhibit 104 after the hearing, or after today's hearing. Before we get into that exhibit, can you please provide to me a little bit more about your background in both education and relevant work history?
Absolutely. So I have a master's degree in ocean engineering and naval architecture with a specialization in underwater vehicles from Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada. And I have a bachelor's degree in marine engineering from Marine Engineering and Research Institute, India. So I joined ABS back in 2003 as an engineer with the machinery group, working out of the Houston office. And I started with a planned review of manned submersibles, diving systems, other underwater units, and then cranes, cargo gear, pressure vessels, boilers, Type C LNG tanks, and other pressurized equipment. Okay. So then over the years, I worked my way up from engineer to senior engineer. Then I was a principal engineer. And then I became managing principal of the Underwater Systems and Lifting Appliances Group. Okay. So over the years, I worked as a lead plan review engineer for the review of numerous submersibles. So these included the Octosub or the Pagu submersible. This was built by International Submarine Engineering and was owned by Paul Allen, who was a co-founder of Microsoft. Then I worked on various new construction submersibles built by Triton Submarines out of Florida and Seamagine Hydrospace out of California. Then I was a lead engineer for the design review of the pressure hull of the Alvin submersible. So they built a new pressure hull that was rated for 6,500 meters seawater depth, or 21,000 feet seawater depth. So I was a lead engineer for that. And then I was a lead engineer for the design review of the pressure hull and transfer skirt, as well as the launch and recovery system for the US Navy's submarine rescue diving and recompression system. And I also worked on modifications for various existing submersibles. So I worked on the Pisces submersibles that were built out of Canada from International Hydrodynamics. Then I worked on the Perry series of submersibles that were built by the Perry Submarine Builders in Florida. So they had the PC series of submersibles that were built in the late 50s and 60s and 70s. And then I also worked on the deep rover submersibles and various other submersibles. So apart from manned submersibles, I also worked on manned diving systems. So I worked on saturation diving systems, air diving systems, mixed gas diving systems. And these include diving systems built by Oceaneering, as well as various other companies such as Aqua Air, and diving systems built by DRAS out of Italy. Okay, so these are all examples of some of the systems I've worked on. So over the last 20 years, I've also served as the coordinator and moderator for the annual meetings of the ABS Special Committee on Underwater Systems and Vehicles. So this special committee includes experts from around the world. And one of the functions of this committee is to review proposed rule changes to the ABS underwater rules. So when we propose changes to the rules, it's circulated to these committee members, and they are experts in the underwater field. So they have a look at the proposed rule changes, they give us their feedback and their comments, and then we address these comments. Then I've also played an active role in the last 2 decades in updating the ABS underwater rules. And I've drafted various new chapters in the underwater rules. So I authored the new chapters on ambient pressure submersibles, diver lockout submersibles, diving systems, atmospheric diving suits, hyperbaric facilities, undersea habitats, remotely operated vehicles, as well as autonomous underwater vehicles. So all of these are chapters that I authored in the last 2 decades. Now for the last 14 years, I've also served as an instructor for the 2-day submersible training course conducted by the ABS Academy. So this training course gives an in-depth look at the ABS rule requirements for submersibles And we also look at the lessons learned from various submersible and submarine accidents over the years. Okay. Now, apart from my regular work responsibilities, I also serve as the chair of the ASME PVHO subcommittee on submersibles as well as diving systems. So ASME stands for American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and PVHO stands for Pressure Vessels for Human Occupancy. So this ASME PVHO standard is one of the leading international standards for pressure vessels for human occupancy. It's widely used in the United States as well as around the world. And the applications it addresses are medical hyperbaric chambers that are used in hospitals. It addresses manned submersibles and also addresses diving systems. Then I also serve as the chair of the SNAME Technology and Research Panel OC6. So SNAME stands for Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers. So this panel is currently working on updating the SNAME textbook, Submersible Vehicle Systems Design. So this is a reference that is widely used by submersible builders and designers, as well as graduate students at universities worldwide. And then over the last 9 years, I've also served as a representative of the International Association of Class Societies, or IACS, at working group meetings at the International Maritime Organization in London. Okay? So from 2020 to 2023, I served as the IACS representative on the experts group for diving systems. So this experts group developed the IMO diving code, the 2023 IMO diving code, which is currently in force and is used around the world. Then from 2014 to 2022, I served as the IACS representative on the IMO working group for lifting appliances and anchor handling winches. So this working group developed amendments to the IMO SOLAS Convention, that's a Safety of Life at Sea Convention, as well as they prepared guidelines for lifting appliances and anchor handling winches. So these SOLAS amendments and guidelines will come into force from 1st January 2026, and they require certification of lifting appliances and anchor handling winches that are installed on ships. Okay? So that is a brief summary of my educational as well as work experience.
Thank you, sir. Did the American Bureau of Shipping, or ABS, perform any services for OceanGate in support of the Titan submersible?
No, we didn't perform any services for the Titan submersible, and they didn't reach out to us with a request for class or request for any services.
You had mentioned IACS, or the International Association of Classification Societies. Of the societies, what societies do classify submersibles?
So apart from ABS, I'm aware that DNV classifies submersibles. We have Lloyd's Register and RENA. So these are the leading societies that class submersibles.
So just to clarify, so DNV and Lloyd's Register are two separate?
Correct. They are two separate organizations. So DNV is based out of Norway. Lloyd's Register is based out of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, sir. If at this time, if the recorder can please bring up Mr. Thomas's. Go ahead, sir.
Sir, I think you mentioned RENA also. Can you define that, sir?
So that's an Italian class society based out of Italy. It's a complex name, Registraro Navale Italian or something. So I'm not sure of the exact.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure there
Yes.
was one other that you
Yes.
mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas, if it's at this time, if you want to go through your presentation.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I have a presentation which covers pressure hull requirements for passenger submersibles. Okay, next slide. So this presentation basically looks at classification and class societies. We look at the ABS experience with underwater units. We'll briefly look at the submersible rules, regulations, and standards. And we'll also address a few questions on carbon fiber pressure hulls. Next slide. Next. Okay, so what are class societies? So class societies are organizations that publish rules for the classification of ships, offshore facilities, and other marine vehicles such as submersibles. Then they conduct design review and surveys to check for compliance with the rules. And class societies also issue class certificates and maintain a register or a database of ships, offshore facilities, and other marine vehicles that the society has classed. So at present, there are more than 50 organizations around the world that offer classification services. Now, out of these 50, 12 class societies, including the American Bureau of Shipping, are members of the International Association of Class Societies, or IACS. So IACS's mission is to develop minimum technical requirements for the design, construction, maintenance, and survey of ships and marine-related facilities. And IACS also works to assist international regulatory bodies such as the International Maritime Organization and standards organizations to develop and interpret statutory regulations and industry standards. So IACS member societies are typically well-established class societies that are recognized by flag administrations around the world. At present, IACS member societies are responsible for classing around 90% of the world's maritime tonnage. Next slide. So in most countries, by law, only classification societies can class submersibles, ships, and offshore facilities. And the role of classification has been recognized by the International Maritime Organization, or IMO, in the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, as well as other international conventions. So class societies act as recognized organizations, performing statutory inspections, as well as design review on behalf of flag administrations. Next slide. So the classification process consists of a number of steps which are described in Part 1A of the ABS Rules for Conditions of Classification. So what are these steps? The first step is the classification process involves the development of rules, guides, and other standards for ships, offshore facilities, and marine vehicles such as submersibles. Then the next step involves design review and surveys to check for compliance with the rules. The next step is classification of ships, offshore facilities, and submersibles once compliance with the rules has been checked. And the next step is issuance of a class certificate that is valid for 5 years and is endorsed annually after conducting post-construction surveys. So how are the class society rules developed? So these rules are developed by class society engineers and surveyors with the assistance of industry experts. Now these rules are then reviewed and approved by committees that include industry experts, representatives of government organizations, shipbuilders, ship owners, operators, etc. So this process ensures that the rules of the class societies are thorough, they are impartial, and they are practical to apply. Next slide. So classification in essence means that the vessels, offshore facilities, and submersibles are in compliance with the applicable rules. So while classification is a process, the owner or the operator also has a responsibility. So what are these responsibilities? They need to operate the submersible within its design or operational limits. Okay, so all submersibles are designed for specific parameters. If you exceed these parameters, then you're likely to have an accident. So it's very important to operate the submersible within its design and operational limits. Then they are responsible for periodically inspecting and maintaining the submersible. Then they are responsible for crewing the submersible with trained and competent personnel. And they're also responsible for following all applicable statutory regulations of the flag or coastal state administration. So all these are responsibilities of the owner and operator. So the rules provide the minimum criteria for classification. However, owners and operators still need to use an independent judgment when they operate the submersible, and safe operation as well as maintenance of the submersible is the sole responsibility of the owner and operator. Next slide. So what is the classification process for submersible? So this involves a number of steps. The first step is rule development. That means we will develop, establish, and maintain recognized technical standards known as the rules. So the rules provide the baseline for classification. Then once the rules are developed, the class society will conduct design review to check that the design of the submersible is in compliance with the rules. Then the class society will conduct material and equipment certification. So this will verify that the submersible meets the rule requirements and all the materials and the equipment is certified and it meets the rule requirements. So next we have new construction survey. So this will check that the submersible is built as per the rules. And then we have surveys after construction. This will check that the submersible is maintained in compliance with the rules throughout its life cycle. So this is done through annual surveys, which are conducted at 1-year intervals, and special periodical surveys at 3-year intervals. Okay, so this is a little different from surface vessels. Surface vessels have their special periodical surveys at 5-year intervals. So the question comes, why do we have a 3-year interval for underwater vehicles? This is because this comes from the IMO submersible guidelines, which requires dry docking surveys at 36-month intervals. Okay, so this is the basic process for classification of submersibles. So next we come to the ABS experience with underwater units. Next slide. So since the 1960s, ABS has classed around 100 submersibles worldwide. Now these include some of the first commercial submersibles that were developed in the 1960s and 70s, such as the Perry and Pisces submersibles. Now ABS has also classed some of the latest commercial submersible designs that are available in the market, including submersibles built by companies such as Triton Submarines and Seaimagine Hydrospace. Now currently ABS has around 30 submersibles in class. Apart from submersibles, ABS also has 43 diving systems in class. So these include saturation, mixed gas and air diving systems. Then we have one submarine rescue handling system in class for the US Navy. Then we have an undersea habitat in class. So this is the Aquarius habitat, which is located underwater off the Florida Keys. And then we have 3 hyperbaric facilities in class. So these are all underwater units that are currently in class with ABS. Next slide. So when it comes to the OceanGate Titan submersible, ABS had no involvement with this submersible. No request for class was submitted to ABS, and no design review or surveys were conducted by ABS. Okay. Next slide. So the Coast Guard asked us about the Antipodes submersible. Now this was a submersible that was owned by OceanGate for a period of time, and it was then sold. So this slide gives a brief history of the Antipodes submersible. So this submersible was built by Perry Submarine Builders out of Florida, and then major modifications were conducted by Marlin Submarines. This is a UK-based company. So they conducted major modifications to the submersible. They removed the lockout compartment. And the slide basically gives a brief history of this submersible. Now the important point is this submersible has a traditional steel pressure hull, and it was designed for a depth of 305 meters seawater or 1,000 feet seawater. Now the submersible maintained its classification during the time it was owned by OceanGate, and it is still classed with ABS. So that's a brief summary of the Antipodes submersible. Next slide. So next slide. Yeah, okay. No, previous slide, please. Okay. Now, the modern day submersible industry started in 1948 with the design and development of the Bathyscaphe FNRS-2, which was followed by the development of the Bathyscaphe Trieste. Now, these Bathyscaphes were designed and developed by the Swiss physicist and balloonist Auguste Piccard. Now, subsequently in the 1960s, the submersible industry started taking off as more and more submersibles were designed and manufactured. So these included submersibles for tourism, recreational and scientific research purposes. So at that time, the only available requirements for certification of submersibles were the US Navy requirements, and there were no published industry standards for the certification of commercial submersibles. So ABS was approached by members of the industry as well as the US Navy and Coast Guard to develop requirements for the classification of commercial submersibles. So in response, ABS established a special committee on submersible vehicles that included industry stalwarts such as Jack Piccard, John Pritzlaff, Lieutenant Don Walsh, and ABS developed the 1968 guide for the classification of manned submersibles. Now, this was a pioneering document. It was the first set of requirements for manned submersibles that was published by any class society. Now, following the release of the 1968 guide, this guide was updated and then published as the ABS rules for underwater systems in 1979. It was again updated and published as the ABS rules for building and classing underwater vehicles, systems, and hyperbaric 1990. And this edition of the rules incorporated additional requirements for passenger submersibles. So the latest edition of the rules is the 2024 underwater rules. And these rules are updated every year. And all these rules are posted on the ABS website, www.eagle.org. Next slide, please. So now we come to the materials. So when it comes to submersible design, there are two sets of materials that are very tightly controlled. These are materials for the pressure hull and materials for life support systems. Okay? So the pressure hull is a critical component, and it serves to protect the human occupants for the extremely high hydrostatic pressures that are present at depth. So the pressure hull has absolutely no redundancy or backup. So if the pressure hull fails, you've effectively lost the submersible. Okay? So it is very important that the pressure hull be fabricated from robust materials that have a documented service history for external pressure applications. So the ABS rules require pressure hull materials to be fabricated from approved material specifications, and the rules have a list of approved materials for pressure hulls. So these materials are listed on the screen, and they include steels, aluminum, titanium, and acrylic plastics for the windows. Now, all of these materials have many years of documented service history and are considered to be well-established and robust materials. Now, it's important to note here that carbon fiber composites are not approved materials for the pressure hull of submersibles as per the ABS rules. Next slide. So now we have a couple of questions on carbon fiber pressure hulls. So the first question that arises is, why do we need a carbon fiber composite pressure hull? What are we trying to achieve? Okay, so carbon fiber composites are high strength, lightweight materials. Okay, now a pressure hull fabricated from carbon fiber composites would be much lighter from a hull made from traditional materials such as steel or titanium. Okay, so with a lighter hull, what happens is you can reduce the amount of syntactic foam that needs to be carried on the submersible to maintain buoyancy. Then you don't need a crane or a launch and recovery system for launching and recovering the submersible while you're at sea. And since the hull is lightweight, you can increase the size of the hull and accommodate more passengers. Okay? So typically what we have seen is anytime you go below a depth of 1,000 meters seawater or 3,280 feet seawater, the shape of the pressure hull is spherical. Okay? We have not seen cylindrical pressure hulls being used beyond a depth of 1,000 meters seawater. The reason is a spherical pressure hull is the best shape for resisting external pressure. Okay? The stresses are evenly distributed around the hull. So if you take a spherical pressure hull versus a cylindrical pressure hull of the same thickness, when exposed to the same pressure, you will see that the hoop stress in a spherical pressure hull is half that of a cylindrical pressure hull. Okay? So if you see a cylindrical pressure hull being used beyond 1,000 meters, it is pretty unusual. Okay? So now, what are some of the key concerns with the carbon fiber composite pressure hulls? So the first thing is carbon fiber composite pressure hulls are anisotropic. That is, the mechanical properties vary with direction. Okay? So the mechanical properties are strongest in the direction of the fibers. When the fibers are loaded in tension, that is when the carbon fiber composite is the strongest. But if you go in other directions, the composite is not so strong. So when the composite is exposed to external pressure, the pressure will act perpendicular to the direction of the fibers. And that is not the strongest direction of the carbon fiber composite. Okay? So this is very different from traditional materials such as steel or titanium, which are isotropic. That is, the mechanical properties are same in all directions. Okay? So the next thing is carbon fiber composites are a combination of carbon fiber strands in an epoxy matrix. The carbon fiber is strong in tension and weak in compression. The epoxy, on the other hand, is strong in compression and weak in tension. So the composite is a combination of these two materials. The characteristics of these two materials are combined together to create the composite. Okay? So the next thing is carbon fiber composites do not exhibit plasticity or ductility similar to steels. Okay? So carbon fiber composites, if you look at a stress strain curve of carbon fiber composites, the relationship between stress and strain is nearly linear up to the point of failure. Okay? So this curve does not have a well-established yield point because there is no yielding of the material. So the material goes all the way to its failure point and then it catastrophically fails with little or no warning. So this is very different from traditional materials such as steel or titanium. Because in steel or titanium, once you reach the yield point, the material starts deforming. And then you reach the ultimate tensile strength, and it deforms further, and then the material fractures. So there is plastic deformation of the material from the yield point till the time it fractures. Okay? And then strain hardening of the material takes place till you reach ultimate tensile strength. And after that, there's something called necking, or the reduction in area of the material. Okay, so this effect is not seen in carbon fiber composites. Okay, so they go directly to the point of failure and then suddenly fail. So then the next thing is prolonged exposure to UV radiation can cause the epoxy to get damaged. Okay, so what happens is the epoxy, in some cases, you add something called a UV stabilizer. It's a chemical that's added in the epoxy, and that protects the epoxy from UV radiation. In some other cases, you can have a gel coat or a top coat which is placed on the epoxy. For example, you can have a polyurethane coating, and that protects the epoxy from the damage caused by UV radiation or the sunlight. Okay, so if you don't have this protection and you expose the carbon fiber composite to sunlight, the UV radiation will degrade the mechanical properties of the composite. Okay. So next thing is under extreme high pressure applications, carbon fiber composites are susceptible to fatigue damage under repeated external pressurization and depressurization. And the accumulated damage may remain hidden and may not show up. Okay. So the important thing here is unless the fatigue failure shows up as cracks or delamination, you really cannot see the damage. It may remain hidden in the carbon fiber strands. Okay. So once you have a crack or a delamination, the extreme high water pressures will accelerate the growth of the crack or the delamination, and the crack will grow very fast. Okay, and then you can have collapse or failure of the pressure hull. So the next thing is carbon fiber composites are notch sensitive. They are sensitive to local damage. So if you have a cut on the surface from a mechanical impact, this can grow to form a crack, which can lead to failure of the pressure hull. Okay, so it's very important to protect carbon fiber composite pressure hulls from impact loads. Okay, and then saltwater ingress in the epoxy matrix under extreme pressures can lead to delamination. Okay, now epoxy resins in general are highly resistant to saltwater damage. However, if you have voids in the epoxy, okay, we have air pockets, salt water can accumulate in these air pockets, and over time, this can form saltwater crystals. And then over several pressure cycles, this can cause delamination of the pressure hull under extreme pressures. Delamination means separation of the carbon fiber plies. Okay, so that is another damaging effect that is possible in carbon fiber composites. Next slide, please. So one of the processes used for fabricating carbon fiber composite pressure hulls is the filament winding process, in which the pressure hull is created by impregnating or coating the carbon fiber strands with epoxy and then winding them in a precise geometric fashion over a mandrel. So a mandrel is basically a tool in the shape of a cylinder. So on the cylinder, you wind the carbon fibers which are impregnated with epoxy, and then you cure that cylinder in an oven at 1 atmosphere or in an autoclave under pressure. Okay. So in a thick carbon fiber pressure hull, there may be several layers of carbon fiber composites, and these layers cure at different rates. So what you will have is several layers with different mechanical properties since they were cured at different rates at different times. Okay. So manufacturing a thick section of carbon fiber composites with consistent mechanical properties throughout the thickness is difficult. Okay. So the mechanical properties of the finished product or the finished carbon fiber pressure hull depend on a number of factors. So these include the number of layers and the thickness of the carbon fiber composites. So the more the number of layers and the greater the thickness, the more difficult it is to achieve a pressure hull with consistent mechanical properties throughout the thickness. Another important consideration is the winding orientation. Now, a typical thick shell pressure hull is exposed to hoop stresses, radial stresses, as well as longitudinal stresses. Okay. Now, if your winding is hoop winding, that means if you wind the carbon fiber composites around the cylinder in a hoop fashion, that is only good for withstanding hoop stresses. It cannot withstand radial or longitudinal stresses. So to withstand radial or longitudinal stresses, you typically employ X cross winding. That means you wind it in an X pattern. Okay. And that is more effective in handling hoop as well as radial as well as longitudinal stresses. Then the type of epoxy resin that is used for creating the composite has an impact on the strength of the pressure hull. So aerospace grade epoxies may not be suitable for high pressure underwater applications. Okay. So then there are other factors such as the epoxy wetting rate. That means how much epoxy can you coat on the carbon fiber strands. Then the epoxy curing rate. If you don't follow the correct curing profile, your mechanical strength may differ. Then humidity is another important consideration. So high humidity during curing of the composite can negatively impact the mechanical properties. This is because moisture absorption in the resin can lead to delamination and reduced interfacial strength between the carbon fiber and resin, thus weakening the composite. Then curing the carbon fiber composite at the proper temperature is very critical. So if you don't follow the exact temperature profile when you cure the carbon fiber composite, then it will affect the mechanical properties. If you don't properly cure it, the mechanical properties can be degraded. So pressure is another important consideration when you cure your carbon fiber composite. So the composite can be cured at 1 atmosphere in a standard oven, or it can be cured under pressure in an autoclave. So autoclave is basically a pressurized oven. So the pressure will basically drive out the air pockets in the carbon fiber composite and will compress the carbon fiber composite. So you get a better product if you cure your carbon fiber composites in an autoclave versus curing it in an 1 atmosphere oven. Okay, so then the other aspect is manufacturing defects such as voids, porosity, blisters, inclusions can have an effect on the strength of the carbon fiber composite. So voids are basically air pockets within the thickness of the carbon fiber composites. Blisters are formed on the surface of carbon fiber composites. Then you can have porosity. Porosity means a large number of voids in a close proximity to each other. So all of these can weaken the carbon fiber composite sections, and under extreme hydrostatic pressure, they can accelerate the collapse of the pressure hull. So the next thing that's challenging is bonding of carbon fiber composites with metallic elements. So typically, if you bond a carbon fiber composite with a metal, what you will do is you'll have projections coming out of the metal. Typically, you will have fins, and these projections go in the carbon fiber composite, and they help in getting better adhesion. So in addition to applying an adhesive, you have to have co-lamination. That ensures you have better adhesion between the carbon fiber composite and the metallic element. Now, galvanic corrosion is an important consideration here, because if the metal comes in contact with the carbon fiber strands in the presence of seawater, you can have galvanic corrosion. So this typically occurs in steels and aluminum, and that can cause corrosion of the metallic members. Okay. Next slide, please. So now carbon fiber composites have a low modulus of elasticity, they have low shear strength, and they are brittle materials with low impact strength. Okay, so they have very low resistance to impact loads, and the hull is susceptible to deformation under applied external loading. So typically lifting lugs and other attachments are not directly installed on carbon fiber composite pressure hulls because they cannot withstand localized loading, and they tend to deform under localized loading. So then if you install penetrations on the carbon fiber composite pressure hull, that means you have to make openings in the pressure hull. That will weaken the pressure hull because the main load-bearing member in a composite are the carbon fiber strands. So if you cut the strands to make an opening, you're going to weaken the pressure hull. So reinforcement of the openings is very critical. And if you don't reinforce it, you can have stress razors in the vicinity of the opening, and that can lead to cracks and failure of the pressure hull. Okay. So then when you design your carbon fiber pressure hull, you also need to consider various failure modes, including delamination, debonding, fiber breakage, and matrix cracking. Okay. So delamination basically means separation of the carbon fiber plies. The plies start separating. Then debonding basically means when the carbon fiber strands start coming out from the epoxy matrix. Okay. So debonding is caused by failure of adhesion between the strands and the epoxy matrix. Okay. And then matrix cracking is basically characterized by cracks in the epoxy matrix, and this occurs due to fatigue of the material. Fiber breakage occurs when the carbon fiber strands will snap or break. Okay, so this can be caused by high stresses, they can be caused by impact loads, or due to manufacturing defects in the carbon fiber. Now, since the carbon fiber strands are the main load-bearing member in the composite, if you have strands that break off, then the strength of the hull will deteriorate and you can have premature collapse of the pressure hull. Okay. So then when it comes to metallic pressure hulls, there are well-established failure modes and factors of safety that have been proven over many years of service experience. Okay. So the figures on the screen show some of the typical failure modes for metallic pressure hulls. The first figure shows local yielding. So local yielding occurs when the section of the pressure hull between two adjacent stiffeners fails. Okay, you have yielding between two stiffeners, and then the hull will take the shape of an accordion pleat. So that is called local yielding, and the factor of safety for local yielding in the ABS underwater rules is 1.5. Then you can have local buckling. Local buckling occurs when the section of the pressure hull between two stiffeners buckles. Okay, so you'll have dimples formed in the pressure hull, and that is known as local buckling or low bar buckling. And the factor of safety for this buckling in the ABS underwater rules is 1.25. And the third failure mode, which is the figure on the far right, is general instability or overall collapse of the shell and stiffener section. Okay, and the factor of safety in the underwater rules for this failure mode is 2.0. So all of these failure modes are well established. They have many years of service experience, and the factors of safety are well proven through service experience on many different submersibles. Now, additionally, the rules also have a well-established acceptance criteria for hull out of roundness and local departure from design geometry. So when you have a pressure hull which is exposed to external pressure, it is very important to maintain out of roundness of the hull. Okay, so if the out of roundness of the hull goes beyond specifications, it can cause premature collapse of the hull. So out of roundness is absolutely critical when you have a pressure hull which is exposed to external pressure. Next slide, please. Okay, so currently there are no recognized national or international standards for carbon fiber pressure hulls for human occupancy. Okay, so we have the ASME Boil and Pressure Vessel Code has section 10, which addresses fiber reinforced plastic pressure vessels. But if you look at the scope of section 10, it states that pressure vessels for human occupancy are not covered under this code. And then we had a look through this code. It addresses pressure vessels that are used for surface applications. It really does not address pressure vessels that are used for deep sea diving applications. We had a look at the testing requirements. So many of the testing requirements are geared towards internally pressurized pressure vessels. We didn't see any specific testing requirements for externally pressurized pressure vessels. Okay, so these are some of the shortcomings of section 10. And this section is not applicable to manned pressure hulls. Okay, nevertheless, it has a lot of useful information. It has acceptance criteria for voids, delamination, cracking, etc. The important thing is this code states that for a new construction pressure hull, no delamination and no cracking in the matrix is permissible. Okay, so if you have a new hull with delamination or cracks, it is not acceptable as per this code. Okay, so when it comes to carbon fiber composite pressure hulls, you know, the different failure modes, the factors of safety, as well as the other acceptance criteria is not really defined in international standards, as well as class society rules. Okay, so one of the very important failure modes for thick shell carbon fiber composite sections under external pressure is snap-through buckling. Okay, now snap-through buckling is an effect that has been observed in subsea pipelines made of glass fiber reinforced plastics. Okay, now this buckling causes sudden and catastrophic failure of the pressure hull. Okay, and it is thought to be triggered by shape imperfections. For example, if there is out of roundness, that can trigger this buckling. Okay, now snap-through buckling is different from traditional buckling, which is caused by progressive overpressurization of the pressure hull beyond its design depth. So when snap-through buckling occurs, it causes instantaneous delamination of the pressure hull and instantaneous collapse of the pressure hull, which can occur in less than a millisecond. Okay, so if you have sensors for real-time monitoring, it will not pick up any signs of this failure before it occurs. Okay, now snap-through buckling is a phenomenon that is not yet well understood. Okay, so additional theoretical and experimental research is needed to determine what are the factors that cause this failure mode, what factors of safety are needed to avoid this failure mode, And what do we need to do to guard against this failure mode? So this is something that is not addressed in international standards. It is not well understood. Nevertheless, this effect has been observed, and we need to have further research and testing in this area. Okay, so the other thing is when you do your design calculations for carbon fiber composites, these materials are anisotropic. That means the mechanical properties vary with direction. The mechanical properties through the thickness may vary, okay? And they're also dependent on the manufacturing process. So all of these can vary the mechanical properties of the finished product. So when you do your design calculation, it's very important that you test coupons from the as-built product. So how this is done is you will typically extend the length of the cylinder, okay? This is called prolongations. And from there you will cut coupons. Coupons are basically sample of materials that you then send to a lab for testing. So after it's sent to the lab for testing, you will evaluate various mechanical properties. These include the tensile properties, what's the ultimate tensile strength, what's the tensile modulus, the compressive strength, the flexural strength, the shear strength. All of these properties are evaluated, and then you'll get the test results. And those test results are what is used for your design analysis, okay? So if you don't use those test results, what you design may not match what you have produced, okay? This is a little different from traditional, pressure hull materials, because when we do the design review of traditional pressure hull materials, the material allowables and the mechanical properties come from the material specifications, okay? You typically do not use the as-tested mechanical properties because they may exceed the material allowables. If they don't exceed, the material is rejected, okay? But the as-tested properties are typically not used when you design pressure hulls made of steel or titanium, because the properties you use there come from the material specification. Those define the minimum acceptable properties. Okay, next slide, please. So next we come to non-destructive inspection of thick carbon fiber sections. So if you have a very thick carbon fiber section, for example, a 5-inch thick section, ultrasonic examination may not be suitable because of lack of penetration of the ultrasonic waves and lack of reflection, okay? So using UT, you may not be able to evaluate a thick carbon fiber composite section. So for thick carbon fiber composite sections, you will use non-destructive techniques such as X-ray computed tomography, or you can use active thermography, okay? So X-ray computed tomography, basically you have an X-ray machine that goes around the circumference of the pressure hull, and you have various slices. You have images in slices. All these images are combined together using software, and you get a 3D image of the hull, okay? Then you have an in-depth look what is going on inside the hull. So this inspection basically requires you to strip down the pressure hull. So if you have a pressure hull that is in service, and now you need to do a non-destructive examination, you need to remove all the equipment, all the outfittings on the pressure hull, okay? Now, if you do not have this equipment at the facility where you're maintaining the submersible, then you need to ship the submersible hull to another facility where they have this specialized equipment. Now, after doing the ND, if repairs are required, you may need to repair the pressure hull, okay, and then ship it back. So all this is an expensive and a long process, and it may not work practically for a submersible that is in operation, because you need to take it out of operation for many months at a time, okay? So these are some of the challenges that you will face if you use a carbon fiber composite pressure hull, okay? Next slide, please. So for carbon fiber composite pressure hulls, it is very important to verify that no deformation is taking place, no degradation is taking place, or no flaw development is taking place that may weaken the pressure hull. So this needs to be done periodically over the service life of the pressure hull. Now, the post-construction inspection and testing criteria for carbon fiber pressure hulls are currently not addressed in recognized international or national standards. As a minimum, they should address non-destructive examination criteria, okay? So what kind of non-destructive examination is required? What is the periodicity, and what is the acceptance and rejection criteria for this examination? Then what are the dimensional measurement criteria for out of roundness and local departure from design geometry, okay? So how much out of roundness is permissible? This is currently, for a carbon fiber composite pressure hull, this is currently not addressed in international standards. And then what are the test dive requirements periodically for carbon fiber pressure hulls? Okay, so all of these are not addressed currently, and they need to be addressed. Next slide, please. So then the question comes up, do existing class society rules, statutory regulations, or industry standards address carbon fiber pressure hulls for submersibles? So under the ABS underwater rules, carbon fiber pressure hulls are not acceptable materials for submersibles. Now, to the best of our knowledge, the requirements of other IX member class societies, as well as existing industry standards or statutory regulations, do not have specific requirements for carbon fiber composite pressure hulls. Okay. Now, we are aware that a number of ASME PVHO cases have been developed for the use of non-metallic materials for pressure vessels or human occupancy. Okay. So what is an ASME PVHO case? Now, if a designer or builder wants to deviate from the published requirements of the ASME safety standard, then they develop something known as an ASME case. Okay. So this ASME case is then submitted to the ASME PVHO Standards Committee, and the Standards Committee will review the case and then they will approve it. Okay. Once the case is approved, it is they place it on the ASME website. Okay. So all the published cases are put up on the ASME website, and anyone can use a published case. So ASME has a mechanism by which, if you want to deviate from the published requirements, you develop a case, and that is published, and it is put on their website. So this is similar to the code cases that are developed for the ASME boil and pressure vessel code. Okay, so a lot of code cases have been developed. Now, some of the ASME PVHO cases that have been developed are for surface-based internal pressure applications. For example, medical hyperbaric chamber, transfer trunks for diving, etc. All of these operate at relatively mild pressures. So these operate in the range of 4 to 80 psig. Okay. So in comparison, if you go down to a depth of 4,000 meters seawater, the pressure there is 5,800 psi. Okay. So there's a huge difference between the pressures for these ASME PVHO cases versus the external pressure at a depth of 4,000 meters seawater. Now, case number 11 addresses a non-metallic expansion joint that was used as a transfer trunk or tunnel between two pressure vessels of human occupancy. This was designed for the Navy submarine rescue system. Okay, this is basically an expansion joint that connects two PVHOs. And the materials used were neoprene, polyester, and a fluoroelastomeric compound. Then case number 12 was a non-metallic portable hyperbaric stretcher, and the material used was a liquid crystal polymer tube, which was enclosed in polyurethane and which was then coated with nylon. And the maximum pressure for this application was in the range of 33 to 75 psig. So all of these are for internal pressure applications, and they are for very mild pressures as compared to the pressure at a depth of 4,000 meters seawater. Okay, next. So then the question comes up, do class society rules allow you to use alternative requirements or equivalent standards for carbon fiber PVHOs? So while the ABS rules do have provisions for alternative arrangements and novel concepts, in the many decades that we have been classing submersibles, these alternatives have not been used for carbon fiber pressure hulls. Now, if you have non-standard designs, materials, there is a mechanism in the ASME PVHO standard by which you can get approval. Okay, so if you look at the ASME PVHO standard, non-mandatory Appendix D has guidelines for developing a PVHO case for the use of non-standard materials or non-standard designs. Next slide. So this slide basically gives a brief overview of non-mandatory Appendix D in the ASME PVHO 1 standard. And these are basically guidelines for qualifying non-standard designs and non-standard materials. So as the first step, detailed design information on the proposed materials along with the detailed design analysis, which consider all applicable loads and environmental conditions need to be developed. Thereafter, you have to conduct prototype testing. So this testing involves, there is proof pressure testing. So for this proof pressure testing, 3 full-scale pressure hulls are tested to 6 times maximum allowable working pressure or MAWP without failure. So this is basically a factor of safety tests. Okay, so you will test the hull to 6 times its design pressure, and if it does not fail, that qualifies the design. The next testing is creep testing. So under creep testing, so what is creep? Creep basically means under sustained hydrostatic loading, does the pressure hull deform? Okay, that is creep. So for creep testing, you will use model or full-scale pressure hulls, and they are subject to 10,000 hours of sustained pressurization without failure. So 10,000 hours basically means 1 year and 1.5 months. So you will pressurize the hull and maintain the pressure for 1 year and 1.5 months. And then you check if the hull has deformed or it has failed by creep. Okay. So the options available include you test 1 pressure hull to 3 times MAWP, or you test 5 pressure hulls to 2 times MAWP. So after the creep testing, the next thing is a cyclical pressure testing. This is basically a fatigue test. So then you take a full-scale pressure hull, and then you will cyclically pressure test the hull for a number of pressure cycles. So the approved operational pressure cycles will basically be half the number of cycles you tested minus 1,000 cycles. Okay, so that is how you get the fatigue life of the hull. So once you conduct the prototype testing, you have qualified the prototype. So the next thing is you build the production unit, and thereafter you'll do a hydrostatic pressure test to 1.5 the design pressure, and then you'll maintain the pressure for 1 hour. Now for this case, all the testing needs to be witnessed and signed off by a third-party independent agency such as a class society. Okay, so these guidelines provide very, very clear requirements for non-standard designs and materials. You can follow these guidelines anytime you have non-standard designs or materials. So there is a mechanism in the industry for qualifying non-standard designs and materials. Next slide, please. So then when it comes to hydrostatic pressure testing requirements for pressure hulls, what are the ABS rule requirements? Now these rule requirements are for metallic pressure hulls, okay? So the ABS rules require your pressure hull to be hydrostatically pressure tested to 1.25 times the design depth for 2 cycles, okay? And when you do this pressure testing, you have to strain gauge the pressure hull. Strain gauges are to be fitted in way of hard spots and discontinuities. Hard spots is a spot where the hardness is slightly different from the other sections of the hull. Discontinuity could be a sudden change in the geometry or the loading or the material of the hull, okay? So all of these spots would be strain gauged. And then the strain gauge measurements are recorded after shakedown effects have ceased, okay? So the question comes, what is shakedown, okay? So in a new construction pressure hulls, you will notice their localized area of high stresses on the hull. So when you pressure cycle the hull above its design pressure, what happens is these localized area of high stresses start deforming, okay? So you'll have localized deformation and then strain hardening occurs. Once the strain hardening occurs, no further deformation of the hull occurs plastically. All the deformation is in the elastic region, okay? So that is when the shakedown effects cease. So what happens if you pressure test the hull and start recording the strain gauge measurements before shakedown has ceased? You will note that the strain gauge measurements on the first and second cycles do not match. That is because shakedown is still taking place. So after shakedown has ceased, you will see the pressure, the readings on the strain gauge on the first and second cycle, they will match, okay? So typically to verify that shakedown has ceased, you will pressure cycle the hull for a number of cycles, and then you will check the strain gauge readings. Once you confirm that the readings match, that is the point when shakedown has ceased, okay? And those are the readings you actually use for your hydrostatic pressure testing. So then once the hydrostatic pressure testing is completed, the designer will submit a report comparing the calculated stresses versus the measured stresses. There should be a good correlation. If there's not a good correlation, we'll ask the designer to justify what's happening. Why is the calculated versus the measured stresses varying, okay? And then once the hydrostatic pressure test is completed, you'll have non-destructive examination of the hull. So this is done by surface ND techniques such as magnetic particle testing, dye-penetrant testing, or eddy current testing, okay? And then out-of-roundness measurements are taken, and then we verify compliance with the acceptance criteria in the ABS underwater rules, okay? Now these out-of-roundness measurements after hydrostatic pressure testing are used as reference measurements throughout the life of the submersible, okay? So 5 years down the road, if you want to check what were my original readings, what my readings now, these are the reference readings that you will use throughout the life of the submersible. So it is very important to have a reference set of readings which you will use for the life of the submersible. Next slide, please. So then we come to the ABS rule requirements for test dive of new construction submersibles. So after the pressure hull is built and it is fully outfitted, we conduct a test dive. Okay, so before passengers get on the submersible, you have to do a test dive in the presence of the ABS surveyor. So how do you do this test dive? Okay, you start diving and you increase your depth at 20% increments. So you first dive to 20% of your design depth, you stop, and then you will start internally inspecting all your wells, all your hatches, you will inspect your windows, and you will check your pressure boundary valves, make sure there are no leakages, okay? If everything is good, then you continue test dive for another 20%, okay? In this manner, you keep going down till you reach your test depth, okay? And once you reach your test depth, you functionally test all your systems, your life support systems, your electrical systems, and other essential systems, okay? So this is a test dive. This qualifies the submersible for diving at that particular depth. Sometimes what happens is when you go for doing a test dive, the depth of the water may not be equal to your design depth. Your design depth may be deeper than the dive at which you tested the submersible, okay? So the depth at which you tested the submersible is known as the rated depth, okay? So when we class a submersible, we will class it for the rated depth, okay? And later on, if you want to increase the rated depth, you can do another test dive, okay, beyond the rated depth, but not exceeding your design depth, okay? So there are two depths that are very important, design depth and rated depth, okay? Next slide, please. So then we come to post-construction surveys. So during the annual surveys, this is basically a visual examination of the pressure hull. So the surveyor will go and inspect the pressure hull. They will inspect the hatches, the sealing surfaces, penetrations, the welded joints, viewports, foundations, and the shut-off valves on the pressure hull. So this is a visual examination to make sure that there is no degradation, there's no leakage, etc. And this is done every 1 year. Then the special periodical surveys are conducted at 3-year intervals. Now, during this survey, we have enhanced examination of the pressure hull. So this requires removal of your protective coatings as well as thermal insulation in selected locations. And then if you have highly stressed parts such as the lifting lug wells, they are non-destructively examined using surface ND techniques such as dye penetrant testing, eddy current testing, etc. And then if the surveyor suspects that there is deformation of the hull or there is damage to the hull, then the surveyor may require out-of-roundness measurements to be taken for the hull. And these would be compared with the reference measurements as well as the acceptance criteria specified in the rules. So if you exceed the acceptance criteria in the rules, then the pressure hull is rejected. Okay, you have to repair the pressure hull, bring it back in spec. Otherwise, you cannot dive. So then we also require a test or operational dive. So during the annual surveys, we require an operational dive to be conducted every year. And during our special periodic surveys, we require a full depth test dive to be conducted in the presence of the surveyor. And this dive is to demonstrate proper functioning of the systems and equipment at the full depth. Okay, next slide. So then we come to the IMO submersible guidelines. So these guidelines were developed by the International Maritime Organization, or IMO, back in 2001. Okay, so the intent of these guidelines was to provide an international standard that could be used by flag administrations around the world. Okay, now compliance with these guidelines is voluntary, since the IMO SOLAS Convention does not mandate that you have to comply with these guidelines. So compliance is voluntary. Unless the flag administrations require to comply with these guidelines, designers or operators may not comply with these guidelines. Okay. And then these guidelines require the pressure hull, materials, fabrication, and testing to comply with the requirements of a recognized organization to the satisfaction of the administration. Okay, so a recognized organization is typically a class society. Okay, so if you want to comply with the IMO submersible guidelines, it means that your pressure hull needs to meet the requirements of a class society. So then it also requires the issuance of a design and construction document by the administration. So this document will list the standards, the design and construction standards for the submersible. And then it also requires the administration to issue a safety compliance certificate after the initial surveys of the submersible are conducted. So typically the design review and surveys would be conducted by a recognized organization such as a class society on behalf of the flag administration. And then this submersible guidelines also require the management of the passenger submersible operations to comply with the International Safety Management Code, or ISM code. Okay, so that's a brief overview of the IMO submersible guidelines. Next slide, please. So then we come to the U.S. Coast Guard Navigation and Inspection NVIC Navigation and Vehicle Inspection Circular 593. This provides guidance for the certification of passenger submersibles. So these guidelines were developed back in 1987 when the Atlantis passenger submersibles were being classed. The Coast Guard worked closely with Atlantis, and these guidelines were developed. They were tailored to the Atlantis submersibles. Okay, so currently, if you're under 100 gross tons, okay, subchapter T of 46 CFR has requirements for passenger vessels under 100 gross tons, but these apply to surface vessels. Okay, these typically do not apply to submersibles. So to develop equivalency to these requirements, this NAVIC was developed, and this was published back in 1993. So now this NAVIC applies to submersibles carrying one or more passengers for hire. This is as per the 1993 Passenger Vessel Safety Act. Okay, and this requires the pressure hull to meet the ASME PVHO standard or the ABS underwater rules. Now this NAVIC applies to US flag submersibles or submersibles operating in the US jurisdiction. So it does not apply to non-US flag submersibles or submersibles operating in international waters. Okay, so that's a brief overview of this NAVIC, and that's all I have in the slides.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your willingness to answer some questions from the Marine Board in that presentation.
Absolutely.
We'd like to take a short recess to formulate some questions, follow-up for you, sir. So at this time, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 12:10. This hearing is now back in session. Sir, Commander Whalen has some questions at this time.
Again, thank you, sir. Does ABS define passenger?
Yes.
And where is that defined at?
So we have a section in our rules which addresses definition section 2. So that's where it addresses passenger. I can just read out the definition for you. So passenger is every person other than the pilot and members of the crew or other persons employed or engaged in any capacity on board the submersible on the business of that craft. So this definition is also present in the IMO submersible guidelines, the same definition.
Regarding the IMO submersible guidelines, are you aware of any nations or flag states or administrations that require, as stated, for the applicability, that require them to conform to those standards?
I'm not aware because we have Bahamas, which has their own regulations. Cayman Islands has their own submersible regulations. The UK has their own regulations. And I don't believe the US Coast Guard accepts the guidelines. Yeah? So you have your own NAVIC 593. I'm not aware of any countries that are using these guidelines. Yeah?
Thank you.
And that's perhaps because it's not mandatory under SOLAS. Yeah?
Under SOLAS, are there any requirements regarding submersibles?
There are no requirements, specific requirements for submersibles in SOLAS. Yeah?
You had mentioned the 2023 diving code. What is the applicability of the 2023 diving code? Do you know offhand? Or?
So yeah, this applies to diving systems that are operated off ships or offshore facilities around the world. It's an optional code, it's not mandatory. So if the flag administration wants you to comply, then you comply with it. But other than that, it's an optional code.
Does this extend to submersibles or submarines operating in support of scientific research?
No, so it strictly addresses diving systems.
Would a submersible be considered a diving system?
No.
Are ABS surveyors permitted to go aboard a submersible for testing dives in performance of their duties?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. That's all the questions I have, sir.
Sir, Commander Williams now has questions for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas, are you familiar with the use of acoustic emission sensors and strain gauges on carbon fiber?
So this is not commonly used in submersibles, but I'm aware that, yeah, they're used occasionally, yes.
Do you have experience with that type of monitoring system?
No.
Earlier, you mentioned conducting mechanical property tests on carbon fiber. When you conduct mechanical property tests of a material, if your mechanical properties are not consistent, what value would you use? Specifically, would you use the most conservative value, or is there criteria where you may just reject the testing itself or the material itself?
Yeah, so first of all, you have to see what is the specification for the material, what are the minimums in the specification. So if you go below the minimums, you will reject the material, okay? So that is the first thing. And then if your mechanical properties are not consistent, if you see a large variation, then we'll have questions, how are you going to assess it during, your design calculations, because there's such a large variation. So when we use pressure hull materials, we prefer materials which have consistent mechanical properties. It's just steels or titanium. The mechanical properties are consistent. You either meet the spec or you don't meet the spec. So most of the submersibles that we have accepted, the mechanical properties exceed the spec.
You mentioned the testing for non-standard designs and materials contained in the non-mandatory Appendix D of ASME PVH-01. Are you aware if ABS has been involved in any non-standard design qualification?
So we have not used that appendix for any non-standard designs as far as ABS is concerned.
We heard testimony last week about two separate incidents that occurred on the Titan submersible. The first incident involved the forward dome falling off and hitting the deck below. In a situation like this, had the submersible been classed by ABS, would an ABS surveyor have been required to ensure the submersible was safe prior to conducting additional dives?
So yeah, typically in these situations, the surveyor goes and does a damage assessment survey. So we look at the window, we see what kind of damage is there. ASME PVHO standard has criteria for damage, assessing the damage, So what kind of damage is acceptable? So there's a go, no-go criteria in the standard. Assess the window to that criteria, okay? If required, repair the window, then you'll hydrostatically pressure test the window, install it back, do a leak test, do a test dive, show us that everything is okay, and then you can dive. Yeah?
The second incident was related to a loud bang that was heard upon resurfacing. In a situation like this, had the submersible been classed by ABS, would an ABS surveyor have been required to conduct an investigation to make a determination for the cause prior to the company conducting additional dives?
Absolutely. So the onus is on the owner or operator. So they need to inform ABS because our surveyors are not present 24/7 on the submersible. If the owner or the operator hears a loud bang or sees any other problem, they need to inform ABS. Then our surveyor will come and do a survey. They will reach back to the technical office to get additional expert opinion, and then we'll go from there. But if you see a problem on a submersible, stop. Ask for outside opinion because this is a dangerous business. Yeah, you dive under the water. There is extreme external pressure, so you should not be taking any risks. Contact ABS immediately, and then we can look into the issue further.
Since you began working with submersibles with ABS, has there been any catastrophic loss of any classed submersible?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Sir, just a couple follow-up questions. You mentioned out of roundness was a primary criteria you monitor.
Yes.
Is that to check for metallic deformation primarily?
Yeah, in the fabrication procedures, when you fabricate your heads or your cylinders, have you fabricated it properly, or is it out of spec?
If a carbon fiber hull was designed to be 5 inches and was out of roundness in the beginning by a certain amount, would that be problematic?
It would. If it exceeds the specs or the allowables and the rules, that is a problem because if you exceed your out of roundness limits, it can cause premature buckling failure of the hull. So they have done a lot of, the Navy did a lot of testing on hulls. They introduced out of roundness on metallic hulls, and then they tested these hulls to failure. And what they noticed is as you exceed your out of roundness limits, the pressure at which the hull collapses is much less than the design pressure.
And sir, was that just primarily for metallic hulls?
Metallics, yeah.
Do you think the same principle would apply for a carbon fiber hull?
Absolutely, yes.
Sir, I believe you mentioned that you survey critical systems on submersibles.
So I'm a design review engineer, so I'm at the design office, yeah, so I'm not a surveyor.
Oh, I'm sorry, or ABS
Yes.
checks for that,
Yes.
sir. Did you say that life support systems on submersibles was something that ABS would
Absolutely.
survey?
Yes, it's a critical item because, that provides the breathing gases for breathing. It scrubs the carbon dioxide that's produced by human beings. And so it provides the conditions to sustain human life. And it is absolutely critical on a submersible. So we do the design review. We check the materials very carefully because you don't want to introduce contaminants. Some of the items, you can have oxygen system fires. So we look for the materials in oxygen systems very critically, okay? What materials are you using? Are they compatible with oxygen? Can they lead to oxygen fires? So life support systems is absolutely critical, and we also have qualification tests for life support systems, okay? So you'll do, before you even do a test dive, when you're on the surface, you will do a manned life support system test. That means people get inside the submersible, you close the hatches, you run your life support system, and then you monitor all the parameters. So we have extensive requirements for life support testing. And then we also have requirements for off-gas testing. That means if you put non-metallic materials in the pressure hull, they will off-gas volatile compounds. Some of them can be toxic if they accumulate for long periods of time. So we have off-gas testing requirements for the pressure hull as well. So life support systems is absolutely critical.
Are there any other critical systems that you check for a submersible?
Yes, so the other critical system is the ballast and emergency surfacing system. So once you go down, you need to come up, yeah? So if there's an emergency, how do you come up? So they had an accident many years back called Pisces 3 submersible accident. So the Pisces 3, the aft compartment had a hatch that was open, okay, while it was on the surface, and water got in the hatch, it got flooded, and the submersible started descending, okay? And then they dropped the drop weights, the emergency, the ballast weights. The submersible still did not surface. It kept going down. So now we have a requirement in the rules. If your largest single floodable volume, other than the pressure hull, is flooded, and you release your drop weights, you should still be able to surface. So ballast systems is another critical item that we look at.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to pass the questioning to the NTSB at this time.
Yes.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Thomas, and thank you for the detailed presentation. It actually answered most of my questions, but I do have a few follow-ups.
Yes.
Does ABS do statutory inspections as an RO on behalf of any flag states on manned submersibles?
Yes, where we are authorized by the Flag Administration, we do conduct statutory inspections, yes.
Which flag states might that be?
I think we did some for Cayman Islands, if I recall, or Bahamas. I'm not sure, I'll have to check, but
Okay.
I believe we have done some for some of these flag administrations.
Do the class rules discuss requirements for surface tenders of manned submersibles anywhere?
So the underwater rules basically address the submersible aspects. You know, the surface aspects are addressed in the requirements for surface vessels, yeah? But I'll tell you, like when it comes to integration, for example, if you have a dive system is integrated with the vessel. So you have a launch and recovery system that's on the vessel, surface chambers on the vessel. So we have integration requirements for dive systems that are installed on vessels. But when it comes to submersibles, they are operated independently of the vessels, unless it's a tethered submersible. If it's an untethered submersible, once it's launched, it doesn't need anything from the surface support vessel except they will track the submersible. But the submersible operates independently, okay? And in some cases, the submersible need not be recovered on the vessel. It could be towed behind the vessel, okay? So if it is recovered using a launch and recovery system, we have requirements for launch and recovery system. But those requirements are optional. So if the owner or operator wants to certify the handling system, then they can come to us, we can certify it. But for a class submersible, handling system certification is not mandatory. So that is something that the owner or operator, the onus is on them. If you want your handling system to be certified, then you will ask for certification. Other than that, handling systems and other cargo gear, the certification is optional.
Are those requirements in the rules for cargo gear, or are they in the manned submersible rules?
Manned submersible rules has section 20, which addresses handling systems for manned submersibles, diving wells, etc.
Okay. I saw in the rules where it talks about communication, navigation, lighting. Is there other operational issues covered, like training, emergency response, safety management? Are there any of those requirements?
So those are covered under jurisdictional authority. Yeah? So training, competence of the crew is not addressed by class requirements. So the onus for that will fall on the flag administration.
And this is where I'm going to jump around a little bit. Your 2-day ABS Academy class, what incidents do you talk about?
So we talked about the Pisces submersible accident, Johnson sealing accident. Then we had a lithium battery fire in a Russian submersible called Losharik. So we addressed that. Then we looked at some of the submarine accidents, the Thresher. Then we looked at the Greyback accident. And there are a lot of other accidents that we look at. Yeah. So we looked at a couple of diving accidents. Then the Sea Lab was undersea habitat. So they had an accident there. We looked at that. So each module covers different accidents, yeah, apart from the rule requirements.
You mentioned experts group on lifting gear and another one on dive systems.
Yes.
What subcommittees do they report to?
MSC.
Directly to MSC, not?
Yeah, they report to MSC and...
not SSC or SDC or...
I think it may be SSC and then SSC reports to MSC, yeah. Maybe
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know what those acronyms stand for.
But
SSC is ships ships equipment, safety equipment.
Yeah, I think it's ship structures and equipment, and MSC is Maritime Safety Committee. Yeah?
And SDC is design and construction.
SDC is design construction, yes.
When you talk about the best shape would be a sphere, and that's below 1,000 meters. Is that a requirement anywhere, either by class or by PVHO?
It's not a requirement, but it's a concept that is well understood by designers. Yeah. So if you are an experienced designer on submersibles, there's something that you know. So it's discussed in textbooks, but it's not a class requirement.
What would be the best coating to put on the outside of my carbon fiber submersible that would still allow for NDT and visual inspection and protect from UV and erosion and impact loads?
So I won't know the answer for that. So that's still under discussion, because once you put a coating, how do you examine the hull? How do you see what's happening below the coating? Yeah, right. It's challenging. So I don't know the answer. That needs to be examined further by the industry. Yeah?
Do the rules or the guidelines require an FMEA or an FMECA at all?
Yeah, so if you have a novel concept or if you have an alternative requirement for the rules, then our rules require that you conduct a risk assessment, okay? And if it's a novel concept, the risk assessment is done in 2 phases. So during the conceptual design phase, approval and principle phase, we'll use qualitative risk assessment methodology such as FMEA, HAZOP, HAZARD, etc. And then when it comes to the detailed design review phase, we expect you to use quantitative risk assessment techniques such as quantitative risk assessments, emergency systems, survivability assessments, etc. Because at that point, you have a little more data on the design of the submersible. So it's done in 2 phases, and we do require that. Then for certain technologies, we require risk assessment. For example, lithium batteries. If lithium batteries are installed on submersibles, due to the additional hazards posed by lithium batteries, we require risk assessment. Then for passenger submersibles, we require a dive site hazard assessment to be conducted, because you have to go and assess the site before you put passengers, and then you go and dive on that site, okay? And then when it comes to the operations manuals for submersibles, we require that you have specific operating procedures for emergency scenarios, including fires, contaminated breathing environments, entanglement, etc. So all of these are requirements in the ABS underwater rules.
That requirement to have an operations manual with all those items, that's in the class rules?
Yes, it's in the class rules under part 1 of the rules.
Can you touch a little bit on exotherming and how you can control for that in thick hulls?
Which one?
Exotherming. It's when I guess as you cure the hull, it cures at a different rate from inside to outside.
Oh yeah. So I'm not familiar with the exact. What happens is when you cure the hull, they will have a curing profile. Okay, so the curing profile needs to be defined, and then you need to follow that curing profile when you actually cure the composite pressure hull. So that will be specified by the designer or the builder. They need to look up a code and see, what is the curing profile, and then you have to follow that. So if you don't follow that profile, you can have a product that has mechanical strength well below what you're looking for.
Lastly, I know you said there are no classed carbon fiber submersibles that you're aware of. Have there been any attempts to class a carbon fiber submersible?
So back in the 70s, they had a company called Vickers Oceanographic, okay? And then they built a couple of carbon fiber, I think it was glass fiber reinforced submersibles back in the 70s. So they included, they had the Perry 15 series of submersibles. They removed, I think, the metallic pressure hull, and then they put a glass fiber reinforced pressure hull. And then they built a couple of other submersibles. It was, I think it was L1, L2, L3, and L5. And then they built the LR5. So LR5 was used by the British Navy for their submarine rescue. It was a British Navy rescue submersible, and it had a glass fiber GRP command compartment in the front. Okay, so that was done back in the 70s, and then recently, back in I think 2008 to 2015, they had the Deep Flight Super Falcon and the other submersibles that were built. I believe they were classed with Lloyd's. Lloyd's rules doesn't have any specific requirements, so I don't know what happened there, but I believe those submersibles were classed with Lloyd's. Yeah.
And thank you for your time today, Mr. Thomas.
Absolutely.
Mr. Thomas, I think you mentioned FMEA, the acronym. Can you define that, sir?
It's a failure modes and effects analysis.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Council for any questions.
No questions, thank you.
Does the board have any questions? Mr. Fawcett.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
For critical components such as ballast systems and life support systems in a class submersible, can off-the-shelf components be purchased without certification and testing under class rules for the ABS?
So we require a surveyor to be present for the the fabrication of critical components. It has to be built under ABS survey. The design has to be reviewed. So typically, if there is a requirement in the rules, then ABS survey will witness the fabrication, and then we will do the design review. Off-the-shelf components typically include lights, cameras, thrusters below 25 kilowatts, Those are some of the typical off-the-shelf components that we accept. They still have to be performance tested during your sea trials. But any critical system that has rule requirements, we require design review and we require surveyors to be present for the surveys.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Thomas, I'm curious if you feel comfortable answering questions about the maintenance of a carbon fiber hull.
So I don't have experience with the maintenance, but I can answer any general questions you may have.
We were aware that the Titan was stored outdoors in the elements over the course of a winter cycle of thawing and freezing temperatures. Would that give you any concern, sir?
So if you have a carbon fiber composite pressure hull, part 2 of our rules has requirements for storage, storage of the raw materials as well as storage of the finished product. And what part 2 of our rules says is you have to store it in a controlled environment. It has to be well ventilated away from the sunlight. The temperature has to be controlled between 60 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity has to be controlled. You should not exceed 80% relative humidity. So the storage of the finished product should be in a controlled environment. You expose it to the elements, it can possibly cause degradation of the material, okay, which is because this is a composite, it's little different from steels and titanium, which are a little more robust materials and they can take a little more wear and tear. So from our side, looking at our rule requirements, we recommend that carbon fiber composite hulls be stored under controlled conditions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further questions from the board at this time? Mr. Thomas, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable to this investigation?
Well, going forward, what can we do from here? So I would recommend, that at least the IMO SOLAS convention look into whether they want to mandate, compliance with the IMO submersible guidelines. Because what happens in international waters beyond the territorial waters of different countries, yeah? You take a submersible operated in international waters, what regulations are going to cover it, okay? So the US regulations only apply in US waters, yeah? What happens in international waters? What instrument is there that you can apply internationally? And that is the IMO submersible guidelines. So one of my recommendations is they should look at whether you want to mandate the compliance with the IMO submersible guidelines in the SOLAS convention. Then the IMO submersible guidelines are more than 20 years old. So they need to revisit those guidelines and probably update the guidelines, okay? And then when it comes to NAVIC 593, this was tailored towards the Atlantis submersible. So I would recommend revisiting that NAVIC and probably updating the NAVIC. It currently applies to passenger submersibles. So perhaps you can also look at whether you want to apply this to other submersibles. For example, if you have a research submersible or a recreational submersible, do we need to have requirements for those submersibles, okay? So those are my brief recommendations.
Sir, one follow-up on that. Do you think the Coast Guard should only update the NAVIC, or should we update subchapter T, the small passenger vessel regulations, to adapt to submersibles?
Yes, absolutely. I think subchapter T should be updated, but that's a long process, yeah? So it's much quicker to update the NAVIC, and then, but absolutely, I think the long-term goal should be that subchapter T be updated to address passenger submersibles. The other interesting thing is, if you're under 100 gross tons, you are referred to subchapter T. If you're over 100 gross tons, you go to subchapter H. Neither of these subchapters have any requirements for submersibles.
And sir, the reason I ask that is sometimes we rely on the class standards and other standards, incorporate those into the regulations. Would that be the course that you're recommending in this?
Yes, I would absolutely recommend looking at class society rules because they're updated annually. Yeah? So we have industry-based committees, members of the industry. We have Coast Guard representatives from the US Navy, giving us input as we develop these rules. So it's absolutely valuable to refer to class society rules, going forward, because these are the most updated set of requirements you'll find anywhere.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Mr. Thomas, you are now released as a witness at this Marine Board. Thank you for your time and cooperation and expertise on this matter. If I need to reach you for further information, I will contact you through Mr. White?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. And if you have any questions, you can contact our recorder, Lieutenant Steele.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The hearing will now recess and reconvene at 1:35. The hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Mr. Phil Brooks, former Director of Engineering for OceanGate Incorporated. Mr. Brooks, I see that you have counsel present here in the courtroom. Counselor, can you identify yourself and your firm for the record?
Yes, good afternoon, my name is Harold Malcolm, Bacchius, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Phil Brooks.
Thank you, sir. I think, we didn't have your microphone live. Can you just repeat?
Sure, absolutely. Good afternoon. My name is Harold Malkin, M-A-L-K-I-N, attorney with the law firm of Morgan, Lewis, and Bacchius, and I'm here on behalf of Mr. Phil Brooks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brooks, at this time, the recorder will administer the oath.
Good afternoon, sir. Please stand and raise your right hand. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the information you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. My name is Jason Neubauer with the Marine Board, and we're going to start off today with Lieutenant Commander Williams, our engineer, with the first line of questioning, sir. If you ever need a break during the proceedings, just let us know and we'll take a recess, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. First, thank you for being here with us today. All of my questions are related to the time frame prior to the loss of the Titan, your background, and the experience you had working for OceanGate. We will explore the broad topic areas of the real-time monitoring system, third-scale model testing, specific dives and output data from those dives, and your reasons for departing OceanGate. To begin, can you describe your educational background?
Sure. So I have 2 degrees. I have an associate's degree from Edmonds College in electronics or electronics engineering. And then I also have a bachelor's degree in computer science from Seattle Pacific University. And my associate's degree was in 1982, and my bachelor's degree was in 1998.
Do you hold any professional licenses?
I do not.
Can you describe your relevant work history prior to working with OceanGate?
Sure. So the first part of my career was as a technician, and primarily in the field of medical equipment. So at the time that I earned my associate's degree, I was a technician for a medical ultrasound company called Advanced Technology Laboratories. They're now in Bothell, Washington. They are now part of Philips Medical Systems. And I was a shop technician and a service technician for about 3.5 years, servicing ultrasound equipment. After that, I became a field service engineer for a company called Marquette Electronics, and I traveled around the state of Washington and the Northwest, servicing mostly cardiac equipment in hospitals and installing equipment. From there, I went to a MRI company called Resonex, and originally I was a field service engineer servicing MRI systems, and then later became a technical support engineer in-house in Sunnyvale, California. And then I transitioned to being a software engineer around 1991 and started in the software group at that time. And that's when I started my bachelor's degree in computer science. So after Resonex went out of business, then I worked for a company that did vision systems, Mitutoyo, that makes vision systems and has to do with image processing. And I did software for them. And then I worked for a small company in downtown Seattle called Exides that did display driver technology. And then I worked one of my career accomplishments at Resonex was a patent for MRI kinematics, which is the motion study of MRI images. I did most of the software for that and some of the other techniques for MRI kinematics. So then after Exides, I went to work for a company called Olympic Medical, and for them I developed a EEG-based system, electroencephalograph, and it's called the Cerebral Function Monitor, and it's for monitoring a very specific type of EEG waveforms, mostly related to newborns and that sort of thing. But I did most of the software for them, became a very big product for that company. After that, let's see, I spent about 5 years in digital music, a company called DMX Music, and later MusicNet. And I did software related to music systems, music playback, so forth. And then after that, I worked for a company called Clever Devices when we moved to New York, and they were in transportation systems. It was specific to the transit industry, so like transit buses, and it was systems that monitor things like engine parameters and so forth. So after Clever Devices, I worked in the DoD industry for a while doing medical information systems, and these were research-related contracts doing research for medical information. And then I worked at Intel for about 3 years, and at Intel I was a memory systems engineer. After Intel, I went to Microsoft for a few years and did embedded systems for Microsoft. And then that takes me to OceanGate. And I started at OceanGate in 2019 and worked there until 2023. And at OceanGate, I started out as basically a Linux software engineer. And then in the fall of 2021, then after the engineering director left, then I was promoted to engineering director, and then I did that job. After that, I did primarily electrical systems and software both, so I had the dual role, but really specialized in software and electrical systems at OceanGate. At the time, I was concerned because I did not have a background in mechanical engineering or in materials, and the agreement was that other people at the company, mainly Stockton Rush and Bob Schumann, would handle those tasks, the mechanical engineering tasks and materials. And then at that point, the sub had been designed, so most of the improvements would be software and electrical related to navigation, that sort of thing, life support systems, life support monitoring. So primarily I focused on those tasks and not so much mechanical. A little bit of involvement with mechanical, but mostly software and electrical. So that's kind of a summary of my career.
The next set of questions will be related to the real-time monitoring system or the acoustic emission system.
Okay.
I'm going to use those terms probably interchangeably.
Okay.
Can you describe your involvement with the real-time monitoring system? What were your specific responsibilities?
So originally, when I started at OceanGate, they had the real-time monitoring system in place, and they had the hardware done, and for the most part, the hardware didn't change that much. The hardware had been designed by a board member whose name is Mike Ferlotti, and he was also a PhD in electrical engineering. So he designed the data acquisition hardware for both the acoustic monitoring and the strain. And so they had the system, and they were acquiring data. This was when the time that they were in the Bahamas doing the Bahamas dives, and I was asked to try and interpret the data from the Bahamas, and we could not really make sense of it. It just was not working. And so I realized the problem was that they were acquiring only the peaks of the data and not all of the data, so that only when data would go over a certain threshold would it be acquired into the system. And the problem is that you may get a peak of data at one time and then another peak an hour later, but in the stream of data in the file, those were right together. And then you may get a series of peaks very close together, like milliseconds, and then maybe another one an hour later, but those were all sequential in the file. So there was, and they had no time tracking data or no depth data to correlate any of this to. So it was impossible to really analyze the data or really make any sense out of it, like what was happening at this time or at this depth. So basically redid all of the software. This would be probably, around fall of 2019 when I first started on this. And I redid the software to essentially acquire a full stream of data, and then from that, then plot it peaks and just everything. I also developed another technique. One of the problems is that the acquisition rate of the data is very high. At that time it was 500 kilohertz. So for an hour's worth of data, that's several gigabytes of data. And to try and plot it on like a piece of paper, just due to the averaging of printing, that you might lose a lot of peaks. So what I did was I developed a technique, I call it sample and hold, where I divided all the data into 100 millisecond intervals and then plot the maximum value from each 100 millisecond interval. And that became kind of the plotting form of data. So I had the original raw data and then the plot data. And then I could go back to the raw data and rescan that for different time interval or for hit counts and that sort of thing. Let me explain a little bit about hit counts in the AE science. That term is used quite a bit, and it's a threshold for what constitutes a amplitude rate that is significant. And it's done just by experimentation and determining what would be a low-level data or what actually constitutes maybe a fiber snapping. And so in our system, we were using A to D units, 0 to 32,000. So a hit was defined as 5,000. And on some studies, it was lower. It was 2,500. So that's very significant, is the hit counts. And I don't know if you've seen some of my plots, but there's amplitude plots, and then there's hit count plots, and then there's accumulation or cumulative hit count plots, which is where you see the plot rising and then it goes up higher, and it's always ascending, because maybe at the end of a study or end of a test that you may get thousands of hit counts. So that's another very standard thing. So by reorganizing the data and using this other technique, I was able to kind of make sense of the plots, and then we could then see, there's two common techniques in AE, or acoustic emission monitoring, and that's the Kaiser effect and the Felicity ratio. And the Kaiser effect, and they're really kind of the same thing. The Kaiser effect's a little simpler. It really says that if you see a burst of AE activity at a certain stress level, and then you go down or down to 0, then when you come back to that level, that you'll see very little. And it all gets into the idea that there's a seasoning of the carbon fiber, so that as you stress it, some fibers will break. And then once those fibers have broken, when you go back to that stress level, you don't want to see fibers breaking again. You want to see really no data until you go to the next higher level, and then you'll see a burst of activity. And then when you go down, and then you come back up, you'll see then low activity until you go to that next highest stress level. So after the changes to the software, we were really able to see the Kaiser effect and the Felicity ratio. The Felicity ratio it's really the same thing, but it has to do with a ratio of the higher stress level to the lower stress level. And so you want to see the number of fibers breaking to be under 90% from that next highest level. Does that make sense? Yeah, and I can get into this a little deeper if you want. I do have some graphs that I brought with me, and we can look at those if you want. But like I said, after making those changes, then we were really clearly able to see this phenomena taking place, and really see what we were getting on some of the pressure chamber tests and the dives.
Taking a step back, can you just talk me through some of the main components for a real-time monitoring system?
Sure. So there's really, I guess, three main systems. There's the data acquisition component, and these are sensors, and the company that makes them is a company called Mistras. It's a Greek company, and they make a whole variety of sensors, and they're basically microphones. And the sensors that we used was the R6S, I believe, sensors. They're a little bit lower frequency sensor, and these sensors are glued to the carbon fiber itself using typically RTV or silicone type glue. And then from there, it goes to a data acquisition hardware system. And really, for all practical purposes, you could think of this as being like an audio amplifier. It takes the data or the signal from these sensors, it amplifies it, and then it digitizes it, and then we get a stream of digitized data, digitized AE data that goes into a host computer, and then the host computer does the signal processing, and then the storage, and then later the display of the plots. Now there is another component to the real-time monitoring, and we had a real-time monitoring program that the pilot could watch. And what it is a series of bar graphs for each sensor, and then a total to the right of that was all sensors combined. And there was the instantaneous hit count or instantaneous amplitude, instantaneous hit count, and cumulative hit count for each sensor. And so they could see this kind of triplet of bar graphs that would be green, yellow, or red, depending on the parameters that we assigned. So that was the real-time monitoring software. And in addition, the total hit count was fed back to the control computer. And so on the main control computer, when they were driving the sub and looking at the compass and other navigation, there was another bar graph that showed the total cumulative hit count and also a green, yellow, or red indication if it had gone past our assigned threshold values. So those are kind of the components. And then the last part of that is the plotting software, that we would take the 100 millisecond data and the raw data and plot those on plots like you've probably seen. Let's see here, I've got, these are all strain plots, excuse me. Here's one here from DOTF. There's not much on it. And those were really the plots. Here's another one. This is from DOTF, and you can see low data here, and then as we go to this higher stress level, you see some bursts of AE activity. So these amplitude plots were a main component of how we assessed the hull after a dive or after a pressure test.
Mr. Brooks, for the record, I noticed that you were speaking from forms that you brought. Is it possible at the end of this that we could get copies of those forms?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have any prior experience working with acoustic emission systems prior to working for OceanGate?
Not acoustic emission relating to materials testing. I had plenty of experience with data acquisition and music processing, as well as ultrasound and MRI, but not specific to materials testing. The signals are very similar, but I had not worked in materials testing before.
Can you describe the purpose of a real-time monitoring system?
So the purpose of the real-time monitoring system was that the pilot could assess the health of the hull as they descended, and if they saw a lot of AE activity, then they would drop the drop weights and surface. That was the designed intent of the real-time monitoring system. In addition to the AE data, there was also a strain data, and we had a real-time strain monitoring program as well, where the pilot could watch the levels of the strain gauges to see if there was movement in the strain gauges. And so that was part of the real-time monitoring as well, and a similar intent that they could abort the dive if things were not looking good.
Was this system the primary method for determining the health of the hull?
During a dive, yeah, the real-time monitoring system was the primary system. The plots were looked at after, in addition, to see if there was something that the real-time monitoring did not pick up. Obviously, we had the warning lights and the alarms, but they were running the sub and they were driving it, so they didn't have the ability to watch all three screens all the time. So that was the idea behind plotting and later analysis after the dive.
Those alarms, were they just visual or was there audible as well?
There were no audio alarms. We wanted to do that, and Stockton was totally against audio alarms. He didn't want them, but we wanted to do them, but we didn't. So.
And these screens, were they just visible by the pilot, or could the other crew members and mission specialists see them as well?
Everybody could see them. Since I wasn't really on very many of the dives, I don't know how much viewing was done. I think some, but they were really primarily for the pilot, but everybody could see them, if they wanted to, yeah.
You spoke earlier about acoustic hits and that being 5,000.
Yeah.
How was that level determined?
So we kind of came about these threshold levels through a whole bunch of tests. Initially, we took the Titan 1 hull to DOTF and we tested that, and then we did third scale hulls of the Titan 2 hull, and we just looked at the plots at first. We didn't really have the concept of a hit counter. I think we set it very low. We set it at maybe 1,000 or 2,500, and then we kind of came to the conclusion after looking at the data and looking at what constituted a clean hull. Something like this is a clean test where, and I know it's hard to see, but the amp 5,000 is right about where my finger is. So there's a few coming up over that, but not very many. So it was empirical, just based on our gathering of data and looking at the data.
As you previously stated, we understand that you could see colors on board. Can you describe how that worked?
So we had assigned levels, and I may not remember all of the threshold levels for what was obviously below the warning. So there was a warning level and then an alarm level. And so the warning level would cause the bar to go yellow, and then the alarm level would cause it to go red. And so I believe that it was in the order of 30 to 40 was the warning level, and then over 50 was the red level. But I would have to go back and check the software to get those levels. So that would be cumulative hits.
And for those cumulative hits, was that all dives combined or just the current dive?
Just the current dive, yeah.
And for the yellow and red, so was there procedures for the sub to resurface at yellow, or was it just only if it hit a red color?
I believe if it hit red, if it hit the alarm level, then they would surface.
Are you aware of any time that the real-time monitoring system showed a color other than green?
There were a few times when I believe it went to either yellow or red. However, those were at the very end of a dive, and we did have an issue. I don't know if I have the plots with me, but at the end of the dive, they had to bring the sub up the ramp. And sometimes they would leave the acoustic monitoring left on. They would be busy with other things and leave it on. And so as it came up the ramp, it was a bumpy ride, and that caused a lot of acoustic activity just from the mechanical, shaking of the sub. And I believe on some of those it did go red, but it was not. They were not in the water, and they were on the surface. So those were reset. Those are the only ones that I know of. I don't know of any like on the way down or at depth where it went to the alarm level.
And who determined the red, yellow, and green settings?
So primarily Stockton was the final say on that with our recommendations. I think we discussed this at several meetings and came up with these levels. By the way, in addition to the plots, there is the control log file, which logs all of the data from the control program. And in that file, there is the AE hits level. So those can be reviewed, and this question can be answered very accurately by reviewing the log files, in case I was wrong about this situation.
Was the real-time monitoring system only on or operational during dives?
Yes, yeah. That it was left off. Yeah, it was turned off when we were working on it, unless we were testing it. But they usually turned it on once they got underwater and started the dive. Yes.
Was there an operational requirement for the number of acoustic sensors or strain gauges that needed to be working prior to each dive?
So there were some that I don't know if any of the acoustic sensors failed during the mission, but there were some that had electrical noise on them. And so I don't know of any that failed outright. All 8 of them were working, but some of them had some low levels of acoustic or of electrical noise. And so we tried to fix that, and sometimes it would come and go. It's possible it could have been a cell phone or some other noisy piece of electronics. That was my only recollection of acoustic sensors not working. For the strain, there were 3 strain sensors that failed, that we could not get to, that they were under the insert. And so we had to dive with the remaining, 16. So I guess that would be 13 working strain sensors.
Was there a dive, no dive requirement for the number of acoustic emission sensors that were working?
Not to my knowledge. So in other words, you're asking if, say, 3 sensors failed, then would the dive be canceled? I was not aware of that, but like I said, I believe that they all were working. The ones that had electrical noise would still read acoustic data. They just had some low levels of noise in those lower amplitude levels.
Were the sensors regularly replaced?
No, once we glued them in and installed the insert, then we did not replace them. They were there for the life of Titan. So yeah.
What tests were performed on the real-time monitoring system prior to each dive?
So the main test that we did an impact test, and what that is it's, if you think of it's like a spring-loaded hole punch that as you press it against the titanium ring, it would pop. And we expected to see a certain level of acoustic activity on the sensors. Before we put the insert in, when we were at DOTF, there's the standard pencil lead test. And you take I don't have one with me, but a mechanical pencil, and you actually snap the lead right next to the sensor. And then apparently this is used industry-wide. It gives off a very similar signal to carbon fiber snapping. And so we used the pencil lead test originally, but once we put the insert in, it covered up the sensors. So then we had to use this more, a much higher amount of mechanical activity, this pinger, to test to make sure that all the sensors were working. So that's how we tested it.
So prior to each dive, you would do this test?
Correct. Yeah.
And who specifically programmed the set points for that yellow, green, red, or green, yellow, red system?
So those were done by the software team, which was myself and another person, Jerome Santos, and that there was a configuration file for the control program, and the configuration file had numerous parameters in it, and it had the threshold levels for the AE system in there.
And were these thresholds ever changed over time?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think we ever changed them. That they were the same through the duration of the Titanic expedition. They were tweaked a little bit early on, but once we got into doing the expedition and doing actual dives, man dives, they didn't change. They were the same.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 058, the Titan AE and strain sensor layout, page 1? Mr. Brooks, have you seen this before?
Yes, I have seen this. Yes.
So
Is it-
there's one in the exhibit binder, and also we printed out an extra one for you right there. So the first page is what it's displayed, that one, yes.
Yeah.
And Lieutenant Commander Williams, what's the number of the tab, the exhibit?
It's 058.
Thank you.
Yes, I have seen this before, and I was comparing this to my notes. And I believe that there's a correction that needs to be made because probably what happened was from the time that this document was done, and then when we went to DOTF, which was fairly shortly thereafter, or possibly this was an error.
Mr. Brooks, could you, just because the board can't see what you're referring to, when you say this is an error, can you be clear?
This document, I believe, is an error because the document that I have and the sensor placement that I remember is a little bit different. It's similar, but it's a little bit different.
And just for the record, he's referring to Exhibit 58, which he thinks may be inaccurate.
Thank you. So that document that you have in front of you was for the deep ocean testing facility, or the DOTF testing with the strain gauge and the acoustic emission sensor locations. If you have other documentation that shows something different, we would welcome that because we were hoping to correlate the strain gauge data and the acoustic emissions data to the actual locations on the hull.
Yes, and I will absolutely supply you guys with this document and other documents that I have, which show some differences in. I believe the placement is similar, but the numbering is different. So, and that's important because everything has to correlate. So,
Would a 10-minute recess to kind of go through some of that be helpful?
sure.
Okay, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 2:20. I just want to, before the question, we have received a document for Exhibit 56 with notations from Mr. Brooks. We are not going to present that at the hearing, but we're going to use that for our for analysis. However, this will be made Exhibit 56.1, and if I'm sorry, I stand corrected. This will be Exhibit 58.1. That will give some time to for everyone to review it before we enter it. But I think we can go on with the testimony without referencing the diagram with notations. Is that correct? And before we start, OceanGate, please.
Yeah, Mr. Newberg, I think we have located the document that this slide comes from. So if it would be helpful to the board, you know, OceanGate can provide that document. So you have the full document of the 2021 DOTF testing as opposed to just a page.
I think that is part of the exhibit that we have.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
We did not deliver that to you in Homeport?
I mean, is there a way to see it? I don't, what?
Can we check the binder?
58, I thought we just added it.
We're not going to use the edited.
Well, but that's understood. What I'm saying is if the added exhibit, as I understand, is a one page that Mr. Brooks just turned over to you, is that?
Yes.
So my understanding from having looked at that page, that we actually have a full document that that page comes from, that we, OceanGate, can produce to the board, because it sounds like it would be helpful to your inquiry. And if that would be more helpful than entering one page out of that document that Mr. Brooks brought with him.
My understanding is that we have the full exhibit, and this will be just a correction to one page. But why don't we take a 10-minute recess? We'll reconvene at 2:40 just to make sure that, to match the exhibits to make sure. Thank you. Okay, the hearing is now back in session. Just before we begin and reconvene with questioning, after conferring, we will not enter a revision to Exhibit 58. Mr. Brooks has given some notes that everyone has reviewed. We now understand the correlations to the testing to the sensors on the drawing, and Exhibit 58 will stay as originally was submitted. Lieutenant Commander Williams, if you could continue.
So thank you, Mr. Brooks. Just for your awareness, we had interpreted the layout the same as you did. We just wanted to confirm the correlations. So what you provided confirmed how we were interpreting it. So thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. I understand how this came about without getting into too much detail, and so I did want to make a clarification. So I think we're all on the right page now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you. Going to switch topics just slightly, still talking about the real-time monitoring system, but can you describe the procedures for downloading the real-time monitoring data upon resurfacing?
So when the sub would resurface, there were two sets of files so there were really, I guess, three sets. There was the strain data, which was just one file, and then there was the AE, I call plot data, which is the 100 millisecond sample data, and then the AE raw data. And so for presenting the plots, I would download the strain data and the AE 100 millisecond data, the plot data, and then go and produce all the plots. And it may have even been that the plots may have been done automatically. And I would typically redo them. And then usually every 3 or 4 dives, and this procedure to download the data was pretty simple. It was taking a portable drive, a portable USB drive, and we plugged it into we called it the data acquisition computer. It was separate from the control computer, and just downloaded the data, just dragged and dropped it over to the travel drive or to the portable USB drive, and then took that back to our computer room on the ship and loaded that onto that computer, and then did all the plots, and then emailed those to everybody. And that was the typical procedure after each dive. And then usually after every 3 or 4 dives, I would take another portable drive and then upload all the raw data. And those files were very large. They were several tens, I can't remember the exact size, but tens or possibly even hundreds of gigabytes. So it took quite a bit longer to upload those. And we had to do this to prevent the drive from filling up on the sub. So we would upload the raw data, make sure that it was correct, and then delete it off the sub, and then eventually upload that data to a server back at the Everett facility. In addition, the plot data, the strain and AE plot data, was loaded into our source code control cloud server. It's Bitbucket, and I believe that's still working today, so that these can all be accessed and downloaded from our Bitbucket server as well. In addition to the AE data and the strain data, I also did the same thing with the control log file. So those files are all on the Bitbucket site, and I reviewed the control or the log files as well.
What was the name of the Bitbinder server?
Oh, the Bitbucket server, I think it's Bitbucket by Atlassian. It's similar to GitHub. If you've heard of GitHub, it's like a source code control cloud site. And so Bitbucket is like a analogy. It's kind of a competitor to GitHub. And that's what we use for all of our computer source code control and for these log files. And so there's an account. And to get to the account, you should have credentials. I know that my credentials still work, that I can still download data from it, so they never took my account off of there. But if you haven't been able to access that, I can absolutely help you do that. And then you can get all the data that I put on there. So.
Thank you. And just to confirm, someone on a vessel during a dive would not be able to see that real-time monitoring data. It would only be available after the dive was completed.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Who was responsible for analyzing the data after each dive?
So I was the first person to look at it, and I immediately emailed it to Stockton, to Bob, and I believe I also emailed it to Mike Ferlotti, who was the board member who designed the hardware, and several other people, operations people, Jerome, the person that worked with me. I can't remember everybody who was on that list, but it was possibly 8 to 10 people that I emailed all this data to, the strain and AE data.
And who was the final authority for whether or not the hull was fit to dive again after analyzing that data?
That would be Stockton Rush, yes.
This next set of questions will be related to the third scale model testing prior to the second hull of the Titan and the testing that occurred on that Titan hull. When I say Titan hull for these questions, I am specifically talking about the second Titan hull.
Okay.
And the third scale models that supported that.
Okay.
Can you describe the testing that occurred on the second hull of the Titan submersible?
And so I assume that you're talking about the pressure test at DOTF, or Deep Ocean Test Facility, and the strain and AE tests, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So there was a series, we went to the DOTF and we did 4 days of testing. And the first 2 days were specific to the felicity ratio testing. So we had a test profile that mimicked felicity ratio parameters. And then after those 2 days, then the third and fourth day, we went to the Titanic depth. So we went straight up to the Titanic depth, or straight down, I guess, and then held that for about 6-7 hours, and then back down to surface depth. And we did that for 2 days. And so that was the basic testing, pressure testing that we did for the full-size Titanic hull.
And were you there in person? Did you?
I was, yes.
Can you describe the third scale model testing?
Sure. So we did similar pressure testing for the third scale models. We built 2 of them. And I believe that the first date was July 26th in 2020. Yes, July 26th, 2020. And the first scale model we tested to, I think it only made it to about 2,800 meters. We had a similar profile. I don't have those tests in front of me. I didn't get them, but I know that it failed, that we were, I think it was we would normally do an AM session and a PM session. So we would do a 4-hour test profile in the morning, and then after lunch we would do another 4-hour test. And I believe it was in the PM session that we got to, and I can't remember the exact depth, but it was probably around 2,800 meters. And all of a sudden we could see the strain start to move, and we could see the AE just go nuts, and then followed by an ear-splitting bang that was ringing in the ears, and pretty catastrophic failure. When we brought the third scale model out of the test chamber, we had it enclosed in a Teflon bag to keep the shards of carbon fiber from damaging their test facility. And what had happened was that it had imploded inwards, and it had pulled that bag inside the third scale model. It was kind of interesting. Also interesting was that it did not break into shards, that there was just one tear that started out in the axial direction. It went about 10 inches and then went in the radial direction. So it was almost a right angle tear that ripped into this third scale hull. So that was the first test. The second, so we built a second third scale model, and we ran 2 tests on that. The first test did not work because we had a leak in the sealing of the end caps, and it kept leaking pressure, so we had to take it out and fix the leak. And that was done by a person named Kenny Haig, operations person. He fixed the leak on the second third scale hull. And then we went back, I believe, on August 20th of 2020, and we tested the second third scale model, and it actually did not make it to the rated depth that we wanted to. It made it to about the same depth, but it did not implode. Stockton, we would broadcast the computer screens via Zoom or Teams to Stockton's office, and so we were all watching in real time. And he had us bring down the pressure once it was very clear that it was starting to fail. So it didn't fail, but it didn't make it to the depth that we wanted it to. So we knew that we had to do something different because it wasn't working. The issue on those two, they were not multi-cure, they were just single cure, and we did not do the same technique that we did with the full size hull, which was, like I said, the multi-cure and the after every cure smoothing out any bubbles or imperfections in each layer. So that's basically kind of the synopsis of the third scale testing, and there should be reports on that that are on the servers somewhere. I don't have them. I unfortunately didn't get those. I didn't get all of them, but there should be reports on those. So that's basically kind of the summary of the third scale testing. Yeah.
Do you know who built those third scale models?
So those were built by EI and wound at EI, and then they wound the cylinder, and then the end caps were glued on at the Everett shop. And that was operations. I think that was Kenny Haig and Ryan Stockfleet and maybe Travis Pickett that performed that. I didn't do it myself. I just installed the sensors, or myself and my team installed the sensors and installed the electronics and so forth. So.
And when you said EI, are you talking about electroimpact?
Correct, electroimpact. Yeah, apologies.
And where were these third scale tests conducted?
The third scale tests were done at the UW Oceanography Lab in Seattle.
And you already mentioned that these third scale models were not multi-cured. So was a third scale model ever constructed that was in the same layup or same type of manufacturing process as that of the full scale model?
No, we didn't do. We ended up not doing a multi-layer third scale hull. We went straight to the full size hull and then did multi-cure on that. So yeah.
So to confirm, there was no successful third scale model test to Titanic depth prior to going to this full scale.
That's
hull.
correct. That's correct.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 66, acoustic emissions data for dive 77 through 83? Mr. Brooks, it might be easier for you to view them in the exhibit binder.
Okay.
So that's Exhibit 66.
Starts to go this way.
Commander Williams, can you clarify who did this report?
This report it takes the acoustic emissions data from dive 77 and 83, and we just put them all together in one exhibit. So it was put together by us, the Coast Guard, but it was pulling data from all of the RTM data that we had.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you familiar with these types of drawings?
Yes. Yes, I was the person that produced these plots, correct.
And Lieutenant Steele, you can just go through each one just slowly, so.
So, let's see, this is dive 77. So,
Can you just describe what you see in front of you?
yeah, that dive 77 looks, there's some problem here because let's see here, I don't see, so the depth is very shallow on the right side there. This may have been, dive 77 may have been,
If I may, Mr. Newbar, would
Sure.
it be helpful to Mr. Brooks to see the dive log and to kind of place the date or something for the dive?
I think
instead of-
that's a good idea.
yeah, it may have been like a dock dive or a, okay.
So we also have that dive log in the binder. So
Okay.
if you'd like to take that hard copy out and compare.
Okay.
Exhibit 82.
82.
Sorry, 52. I apologize.
Oh, 52.
For the record, Exhibit 52.
Okay. And,
And I'm sorry,
excuse me.
take me back to the other exhibit we were looking at.
66.
66, thank you.
Okay. Yes, I see. It's Witless Bay, yeah. So that was a shallow dive, yeah. And that would explain why these look different than like a Titanic depth. Is that clear to you, to everyone, that it's a shallow dive as opposed to a full depth dive? Yeah.
Yes, Lieutenant, so could you zoom out just so we see all of the? Can you just explain to us like what those purple lines are?
Yeah, the like the bursts look like bursts of AE activity that.
We could go to dive 79, which is the first one to Titanic
full depth.
on this.
Yeah, these were, I think what the end result is that the scaling, if you looked at the left-hand side.
Mr. Brooks, excuse me, we're looking at 79.
Okay,
not
okay.
77.
Okay, 79, yep, okay. So, yeah, this is a much more representative, like a Titanic depth dive. And so here we see all of the channels, and in the blue is the depth profile, and then the purple is the AE activity. And as we can see, that so along the x-axis along the bottom is time, and then the intensity, and these plots have a dual y-axis scaling, because on the right side is depth, and on the left side is AE intensity. So I wanted to make that clarification that that the depth, the blue line is representative in scale by the right side numbers, and then the purple is representative by the scaling on the left side, which is AE intensity or AE amplitude. And so here we see, and on some of these I know that they appear to be that scaling on mine is cut off, so we can't see it, but
Excuse me, does it make sense to pick a particular graph for dive 79 so we're all on the same page? And Mr. Brooks knows what he's describing and you all can follow specifically. We can move from one to the next, but I think it makes sense for everybody to be on the same page.
Yes, could you, Lieutenant Steele, could you zoom into the one on the upper left-hand side of the screen? Channel 4 specifically, so if you could.
Is that channel?
Go up just a little bit. Oh.
Goes to the next page.
That one,
that
yes.
one
So,
there?
yes.
Okay, yep. Yep, and this is a pretty typical profile for the Titanic depth dives. And so on the left side, you can see in a little bit, it has been cut off, but they're descending in depth. So when they reach that flat part of the depth profile, they're at Titanic depth. And then they surface and they come up to surface level. So you can see that the purple peaks are all at the surface. The big purple peaks are all at the surface, and that's when it's going down up the ramp after they bring it back up on the ship, and that's what creates that AE activity is the towing the submersible up the ramp, which was quite a bumpy ride. Yeah.
And you did explain that earlier. Was this data ever taken into consideration, or because it had already surfaced?
I think because it had already surfaced, that it was known to be caused by mechanical jostling of the sub and not from the stress of the water pressure. So that was the.
So would it be fair to say that on the right side of that graph that those data points were typically ignored with the analysis due to the mechanical
Correct.
or the location of the sub?
Correct, yes.
It might be easier for you just to look through each page, but I'm going to draw your attention to the acoustic emission sensors 1, 3, and 5. We noted that all three of these sensors for dive 77 through 83 exhibit the same characteristics of little to no activity compared to the other sensors that showed acoustic activity. I'm going to give you some time just to look at all three of those for all of the dives.
Let's see.
Which were the numbers again?
1, 3, and 5.
Okay, so.
And for your information, if it's hard to see, it goes in order. So the top would be 1, 2, the next line would be 3, 4, 5, and the.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So 1, 3, 5. Yep. That yes, I do see that those had lower AE activity, but they did have some, and is the thinking that maybe they were not working. That I do remember doing my ping test and seeing amplitudes on all the channels. So that kind of confirmed for me that they were working. That some are definitely more sensitive than others based on their location. So.
We noted that even after the dive surfaced, there was no large acoustic emissions data for those 1, 3, and 5 sensors. Do you think that this little to no activity in AE sensors 1, 3, and 5 may indicate that they were not working properly?
It's possible. it's certainly within the realm of possibility that they were not working. I remember at the time that we did tests and confirmed that they were all working. So I don't remember any not being working, but it certainly is possible that that could have happened.
And how would you know if the sensors were not working properly?
So the only way we really had to test them was the ping test, was using the pinger on the ring and to go at different positions and verify that we got a signal. So that was the test that we used. Yeah.
Was there a certain level that you looked for in each sensor when you did that ping test?
I remember determining sort of empirically what that level should be for each ping, and I can't remember what those levels were at the time, but I do remember that some sensors did not respond as much as others, so that some were quite low if they were quite a ways away from where I was pinging. So yeah, that some were lower than others.
And during a dive, if a sensor was not working, would there be an error displayed for the pilot to see?
Probably not. You probably just would get no data on that sensor.
Were you aware of any acoustic anomalies that occurred either during any dive or upon surfacing?
So when you say acoustic anomalies,
anything out of what was normal, or for your average dive, was there anything that just seemed out of place or abnormal?
And excuse me, when you say any dive, you mean starting when and ending when?
Any dive that Mr. Brooks was part of from the seasons of 2021 and 2022.
Thank you.
The only thing that I remember as being an issue was when we had the loud bang, and that we were pretty concerned about that, and that did produce AE activity. It was at the end of the dive, after it had been on the surface for quite a while. It seemed like maybe 10 minutes or so, and that did produce quite a bit of AE activity. So there's that, and then I did have some concern in 2022. Let's see, if we go to 83, let's see, 1, 2, 3, dive 80. So if we look at sensor 4, that sensor 4 did have a characteristic of the kind of thing that we wanted to be concerned about, but it was never really that high. So if we look at sensor 4 for 83, 82, 81, you'll notice as it's going up to depth or going down to depth, that we see some AE activity. And the issue is that it did not seem to be of the crossing that 5,000 threshold that we had determined. It was just I don't believe we saw that in 2021, and that's the reason I was concerned about that. But because it never got worse, and like I said, it never went beyond the threshold, then I don't think it was a concern. I know I did talk to Stockton about it, and so yeah.
So speaking specifically about dive 80 and that loud bang, what type of investigation was conducted after the dive to try to determine the cause of the loud bang?
So, well, of course, we did an inspection of the hull as best we could, but it's hard because there's the insert on the inside, and then of course it's covered on the outside. Really, the main thing that we did was look at the AE and strain data, but the strain data was kind of the main thing that we focused on for dive 80. And the strain data does show a shift in the level, and that's something that for me, and I want to preface this by saying that I'm not necessarily a strain expert or materials expert. I just have experience from what I saw from the third scale tests and the DOTF full-size hull tests, and what was normal and things that we found to be not normal. And a sudden shift in level was something that's something to be concerned about, for sure. And we did see that it was fairly minor on, I believe, 2 of the strain channels, 2 out of the 16. And so that was the main kind of inspection that we did of the hull after dive 80. And I know discussed it with Stockton, and he wanted to continue on. That I think the plan was at that time to, well, let's dive again and see what happens on 81 on the next dives. And we didn't really see anything. We didn't see any further shifts in strain data. No loud bangs, nothing with the AE that really seemed out of the ordinary. So that was kind of the summary of what had happened with that issue.
So who made the decision to continue to resume diving operations after the report of the loud bang?
Definitely Stockton.
When you did the inspection of the hull, did you take off the fairing, or did you observe anyone taking off the fairing or removing the insert to inspect the hull?
I know we definitely did not take the insert out because that was never done. Fairings were routinely removed for maintenance, other types of maintenance on lights, and I believe that we did take the fairings off, but I'm not 100% sure, but my recollection was that we did. But that probably would be maybe better answered by some of the operations people.
Without taking out the insert, how much of the hull was visible for inspection?
So, you can take a flashlight and there's a small gap between the insert and the hull, and you can look down the length of the hull and inspect it that way, which we did. But it's not a great test. And I think you can only do that from the front, that you can't do it from the back, that it's blocked.
And is that the full 5 inches thickness of the hull? Or
No, it's not the full 5-inch thick, no, because that's would be a destructive test, because the titanium ring glues onto that 5-inch section. So to look for delaminations, you'd have to pull the ring off. I think you have to saw it off, that glue doesn't come out. And that's how we did the Titan 1. That's how the rings were removed. They were sawed off, and then the rings were milled out. So yeah, it's pretty hard to inspect that inside the 5-inch section.
You mentioned looking at the strain data and the acoustic emissions data. Can you tell us more about the decision-making process for analyzing the data once it was downloaded?
So, like I said, I would prepare all the plots and then email them to Stockton, Bob, pretty much the whole team. And usually Stockton and I, went over it in private, and then I know that he looked at them, and I don't know how much. Bob was not on the ship, and I didn't really get much feedback from Bob. But really, it was really primarily Stockton's call. I would make recommendations, but it was really his call as to if there was a cause for concern, or if there was we were going to maybe stop diving, that sort of thing. He pretty much had full control over that.
Do you feel with your background that you were qualified to determine what a shift in strain gauge data meant?
Probably not, no. That really should be referred to an expert in it, than somebody that had used strain gauges for, you know, a period of time. I had a few years' experience with it, and I had researched it, and we had done plot to the actual physical distance. And I don't have that calculation with me, but we had gone through that process, you know, to kind of validate what we were seeing. And so we needed to have an idea of knowing what we were seeing. And I know that was reviewed with Stockton and Bob. But I think the determination was for that dive 80 that was quite small. The level shift that we saw, or the amplitude shift, was a relatively small movement.
Do you know how a delamination or crack in the hull would show in strain gauge data?
I don't. Yeah, I don't have that XY comparison, whether it would show up as a shift. I know that I have strain data from the third scale hulls where we had, you know, either imminent failure or problems, and that it's very obvious that there's something wrong, that you see. So what I looked for in strain data was the linearity with depth, that if it went nonlinear with the depth profile, that was something to be concerned about. And absolutely on the third scale tests, that it was as clear as day that you could see curves in the strain channels where the depth was constant, so the hull was moving, or a shift. You know, it would go along and then all of a sudden shift to a much different level, so that possibly could have been a delamination, but something was clearly wrong, and, you know, it was a problem.
Was there any discussions about doing either or unmanned test dives after that?
No, there wasn't, yeah.
Was there any discussion of doing other sorts of non-destructive testing, like taking the sub back to the deep ocean testing facility to retest it?
I know we talked about that with Stockton, especially after 2022, that what we really wanted to do was bring the sub back at least to Everett and pull the insert and look at the inside of the hull to see if there were any cracks. And it was very frustrating because it was left in St. John's and left on the dock, and we had no way to work on it, no way to look at it. And we were told it was a cost issue, you know, that the cost of shipping it back was prohibitive. They were low on money, and so you know, we couldn't do that. And really, that was basically around the time that I left. You know, that had gotten quite frustrated with some of these issues and had decided to leave the company.
So to confirm, Stockton was aware of the concerns of this loud bang?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up Exhibit 77? So this is just more specific on that dive 80, which you've already talked about, but we're going to talk about it just a little bit more in depth.
Mr. Neubauer, we've been going just about a little over an hour and a half. Would
Yes,
this be
sir.
a good time for a break?
Yes. Let's take a recess and reconvene at 3:20.
Thank you.
All right, the hearing is now back in session. Commander Williams, do you have more questions?
Yes, sir, I do.
I was wondering if I could actually just go back a little bit and make a comment about that dive 80 that I had neglected to talk about earlier. And Stockton did make a comment discussion. We had a discussion about the cause of this loud bang, and he thought it was the frame adjusting to the sub, so that and really I think about it kind of the other way around, but as the sub goes down, it compresses slightly in size, and then as it comes back up, and as the sub compresses, the frame does not, because there's no air cavity anywhere. Because the sub has an air cavity, it compresses down a little bit, and since the frame is hard bolted to the rings, as it comes back up, that the frame may have sprung slightly, and then it adjusted back to its original shape. And that was Stockton's theory of what that bang was the frame readjusting back to its original shape. So I wanted to make that clarification. And in addition, along with, as I said, that in dives 81, 82, 83, that we didn't see any more abnormal strain and AE data or any noises, any loud bangs. So that was the other reason for continuing ahead.
Commenting on what Stockton Rush stated to you, is it possible that the hull moving in its cradle or frame had been a secondary reaction to something else that happened versus it being the causal factor?
That would be speculation on my part, and it's difficult for me to speculate on that. It's possible, but it's hard to say for sure.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please bring up Exhibit 77, Dive 80?
I think we're there. Yeah. I think we're there already. 77.
Can we go to page 3, channel 2? That's what we have up. Okay, so Mr. Brooks, we're looking at page 3, which is the channel 2.
Okay. Yeah.
As you described earlier, I just want to confirm the large acoustic emission between 15 and 1600. Is that what we were talking about with the large acoustic emission?
Yes. Yes. The bang.
The bang?
Yep.
And then Lieutenant Steele, could you move to page 8, which is channel 7? So again, between the time of 15 and 16, there is a large acoustic emission. Is this also consistent with the data that you had looked at?
Yep. Yeah, that is a full amplitude AE spike, correct.
Had you ever seen a full amplitude spike in any previous dive in 2021 or 2022?
Not. There may have been one or two going up and down the ramp, but I'm not sure if they were full amplitude or not. The only time that I had seen a full amplitude spike like that would be in the third scale tests and the Titan 1 tests, where we had real problems. So it was unusual to see something this high. Yeah.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please move to page 14? This is plot of group 4 strain gauge data. So we haven't really talked about strain gauge data. So when you get there, I'm going to ask you just to explain what you see on the screen. So again, page 14, which is the group 4 strain gauge data.
Yep.
Mr. Brooks, could you just please explain to us what the green line means and what the purple line means in front of you?
So the green is the strain gauge in the axial direction, and the the green is in the radial direction, and the purple is in the axial direction, and then the blue line is depth, and the scale on the left-hand side correlates to the strain millivolts from the strain's hardware, and on the right side is the depth. So the blue line should correlate to depth, and as you can see, it peaks at about 3,800. And on the left side are the strain millivolts. And so this starts at the beginning of the dive, and as we go down in depth, you see the movement of the strain gauge, or the movement in that area of the sub, and then coming back down, you see it. It correlates quite well with depth, and of course we have this shift in that same spot, and that's probably what you are calling attention to, correct? Yeah.
Yes. Before that, just to confirm, so the A in the key on the upper left-hand side, that means axial.
Correct.
And R means radial, which is also hoop stress,
Correct.
or hoop
Yeah.
strain in this case.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if, Lieutenant Steele, if you could zoom in between that 15 and 1600 time. So you're talking about the shift. So you see the shift in both the axial and the hoop direction.
Yep.
Had you ever seen a shift in the strain gauge data prior to this dive?
Not on the full-size hull, no. Only on the third scale hull, and we may have seen it on the full-size Titan 1 test, but that I can't remember. But definitely on both third scale hulls we had seen shifts like this, but they were much larger, sometimes deflecting the entire page. So yes, that's the only time I've seen that before. Yeah.
For Group 4, I just want to confirm. So earlier we talked about Exhibit 058, which I believe is still in front of you. We believe that Group 4 is in the forward port side of the submersible.
Let's see here. Yeah, Group 4. Yeah. I think that there may be another layout guide, but that it is probably correct, but there may be a more accurate layout guide that maybe could be referenced to know that exact location.
The document you provided us earlier, that AE max plot on day 3 of the deep ocean testing facility, this I think would be also consistent if you have that in front of you with it being the forward port side.
Yeah, let's see, day 3.
It's the document that you presented us earlier today.
Yeah. Now, do you have it? Because some of those were taken away from me. Yeah. This is probably day 2. Day 3 this is day 4, and day 3 looks more like this. Do we have that one?
Can we maybe get another copy of day 3 just so we're all looking at
Yeah.
the same thing?
Yes,
We're
sir.
just talking about the actual locations of the strain gauge, so I don't believe it would have changed between
Yeah,
day
oh,
2
I
and
see.
day 3.
Yeah.
So just to orient it, Mr. Brooks, are you looking at, which day are you looking at from the test?
So we're talking about Group 4, correct?
Yes, Group 4.
Yeah, and where this can get a little bit confusing is that there were some changes made to the strain layout. The AE gauges were the same, but the strain layout was changed because for the regular dives, we had, for DOTF, we had strain gauges out on the viewport, and then those were removed, and so after that we had all the strain and AE gauges together, and I'm quite sure that somewhere there should be an accurate depiction of what all the groups are after that, after DOTF, and it would be good to find that document, and I can probably go through my notes. I'm not sure if I have that with me, or I have my computer here. I could probably dig that up to get an accurate location of where that is, because it may not be. I know like I said, the DOTF, we made changes to that because we removed some of the sensors from the front, and so the groupings may be a little bit different. So I think it's probably good to have some clarity on that.
Yes, if you could find that, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, I will absolutely produce that. Yeah.
Lieutenant Steele, if you could just bring back Exhibit 77 and move to page 15. Mr. Brooks, this is for the Group 5 strain gauges. I'd like to bring your attention to the shift in axial strain between the 15 and 16 time.
Yep.
And to confirm, you were aware of this at the time, and you had brought this concern to Stockton.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, we reviewed this in a lot of detail. These two strain plots were really the big part of what we went over after that issue happened. Yeah.
Are you aware of anyone else other than yourself who brought up a concern about this data?
I know there were other people that were concerned about it. That there were people who were in the sub when it happened. I believe Scott Griffiths was in the sub, and some of the other mission specialists. And I was not involved in the discussions between Scott and Stockton. I don't think Scott was in our discussion, but they were concerned about it. Yes, and I know they did talk, but I'm not sure exactly what the outcome of that was. If Scott protested or if he agreed with Stockton on the theory of the frame. But there were other people that raised concerns.
And in your opinion, was there anybody on board the Horizon Arctic at the time that was well-versed in strain gauge data and carbon fiber that could interpret this data?
Other than Stockton and myself, probably not.
Going back to Stockton's theory, was there ever a time that it happened previously where there was a bang where it would have adjusted and then readjusted once it surfaced?
I don't remember that. I do know that when they dove Titan 1, that there were noises, but those noises were on the way down and at depth, and those were consistent with carbon fiber, snapping. It's a little bit different sound. But I do not ever remember a bang on surfacing. Yeah.
My final sets of questions are related to the storage of the Titan between 2022 and 2023. Where was the Titan submersible stored during that time frame?
So it was stored on the dock in St. John's, next to where the Arctic Horizon was docked.
Did it ever move inside, or was it outside for the entire season?
We moved it inside in February of 2023. I believe that was maybe around the 10th, 11th, but I'm not sure the exact date. But somewhere in early mid-February, we did crane it to the Marine Institute, and we put it into the ROV shop at that time.
Was any maintenance completed on the Titan hull between the expeditions of 2022 and 2023?
Not on the hull, no. That all of the work that we did, it was really mostly the work that I had done, and it was on software. It was on thruster software and other software, battery charging systems and that sort of thing, but not on the hull.
And Lieutenant Commander, just for the record, Mr. Brooks left in February of 2023, so I'm not sure he would know if anything happened after that point.
So my next question is going to only be related to the time that you were with OceanGate before you departed. Before you departed, was there any testing conducted on the hull between expeditions 2022 and 2023?
No.
My final question is, why did you depart OceanGate?
So the decision had been made to, and there were several things, but really the main thing was that the decision had been made to not use the Horizon Arctic, to use the Polar Prince, and to tow the sub behind the Polar Prince. And it would require, when we were on the ship in 2021 and 2022, there was constant work, almost 24/7, except when they were diving on the sub, some kind of maintenance or troubleshooting. And we worked very hard on trying to keep things as best we could. And so this would have required us to work on the platform either while it was being towed or while we were, we were anchored or in position. And the seas are, 1 to 5 meter seas, and the platform bobs up and down, and I just did not see that I could do that, or I did not feel right that other people who were working for me would be required to do that. And I expressed that to my manager, Bob Schumann, and the reasons were, economic reasons, and I suggested that they not go, that it was just not a workable solution. And I said, I did have another job offer, but I just did not think that I could do it. I could work on the sub, and it was just too dangerous. So that was really the primary reason. In addition, I don't know if you've heard that there were economic issues with the company asking us to forego getting paid for periods of time with the promise that they would get us caught up in paychecks, after the first of the year. They asked for volunteers, and I don't think anybody did it, but it was clear that the company was economically very stressed, and as a result, that they were making decisions and doing things that resulted in, I felt that the safety was just being compromised way too much. And at least for myself, I'm, at my age, working on a bobbing platform was just too dangerous and not something that I wanted to do. So, so that was really the main reason. That, and of course the other economic issues. But I just did not think, it just did not feel right, for them to be going. And like I said, I had suggested that they not go, and I was told that wasn't possible, that they had people that paid, and that they had to go through with it. So yeah, so that was the reason that I left, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, I'd like to go to Dr. Kramer with the NTSB for the next questions.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks. I have a few questions to follow up on the strain sensor part of the monitoring system. You mentioned that some real-time strain data was provided to the pilot. What was the intention of that, and what type of information would that provide them that they could act upon?
So it was a program that actually had been written by Mike Ferlotti, who was the person that had designed the strain hardware, and it was a graphical program that showed I believe the way that it worked is that it would show up to 8 channels streaming, kind of like an oscilloscope in real time, and it would show the voltage change versus time, and you could modify the time and the voltage, X and Y axis, and we had used it quite a bit at DOTF to just keep an eye on the hull to see if things were moving, and by using this program, you could kind of get a feel, and we used it also quite a bit with the third scale testing. You could get a feel for something that was normal and abnormal, that when you could see a certain amount of y-axis movement in time, then there's clearly something wrong. That for the most part they were steady with the depth profile, of course, that they change with depth.
So if you had personal experience with the system, and if you had been part of the subscale testing, then you would be able to rely upon your previous experience with the system to evaluate the meaning of the strain values. So, but for a pilot who had never attended that testing or been a part of that, what would be the expectation for what kind of value that would have delivered to them, and what would they have expected to be looking out for, and what would their response have been?
Yeah,
Excuse me, could we maybe establish what pilots were present for the DOTF testing so we can answer your question? Or at least you can ask Mr. Brooks.
Well, okay, then what pilots were present at the DOTF?
So Stockton, who was the main pilot, was present at the DOTF testing, and like I said, when we did the third scale testing, we broadcast the real-time strain as well as the real-time AE data for Stockton, and I do not know if Scott Griffith, who was our other main pilot, had much experience with this program. I don't believe he did, but I know Stockton had quite a bit of experience with it, and so he would have been able to get a feel for some kind of abnormal activity. You are correct. It did require some resident knowledge, some sort of empirical experience with it, and we didn't really have. There may have been some general guidelines about a certain change in voltage versus time to look out for, but it wasn't formalized in a manual.
And so just to maybe be a little more specific, abnormal activity would include nonlinear strain behavior or sudden jumps in strain.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. All right. So with the strain monitoring system, what type of maintenance or pre-dive inspections were completed on that system?
So the strain system, unfortunately, was difficult to really do much in the way of testing on. After we put the insert on, we had a really difficult time accessing the strain sensors. So as you can probably tell, there was, I think, group 2, those strain sensors fell off, and the data from those is just all noise. So after we put in the insert, we really had to rely on just the dives to show that, oh, yes, they were working. And really, the main test was to see how well it tracked the depth profile and performed like the other dives. For the third scale hull, and when we initially installed them, I did a temperature test. That was my test because it's hard to flex that big giant hull or even the third scale hull. We did have a test jig that was a separate piece of carbon fiber where we would bend it and test the hardware that way. But once we got them installed on the hull, then I used like freeze mist on the sensors to show that they were actually working because they're temperature sensitive. And so if you spray, it's a electronics like troubleshooting device. It's like an aerosol can, and or you can do it with compressed air. If you turn it upside down, it sprays a freeze mist blast, and I would spray it right on the sensors, and we would see a deflection in the temperature or in the amplitude.
Just a couple more questions. You mentioned that after a dive, you were the first to look at the data, but you didn't. Well, I didn't hear you say exactly what your responsibility was in the analysis of that data. Did you have specific tasks that you were responsible for, or was it really preparing the data to deliver to the other staff?
Basically, yes. That, I mean, I had some experience from doing the third scale tests and DOTF to know what abnormal, especially AE and strain data look like. But really, my main task was to just get it out to everybody as soon as possible to make sure that the plots were done correctly and emailed out to really to as many people as possible, as soon as possible.
And so I know we've talked about your qualifications to evaluate that data. Did you have any concerns about the qualifications of OceanGate to evaluate the data?
The fact that maybe we didn't have like a independent consultant review them. I know in the past they had some people, but on the ship we didn't. Now they were emailed to Bob, and I don't know if he showed them to anybody. But yes, that was a concern of mine, and I think that at some level it really just required myself to research it, dig deeper and research it, and read the white papers and research how strain monitoring was done, and just get as much information as I could to make the best analysis that I could. So.
And one more question related to that. After Dive 80 and the Loud Bang event, was there any discussion about reaching out to an external laboratory or contractor to maybe do a deeper dive on the stress strain and acoustic emission data?
No, there was not. At least I didn't. Maybe possibly Bob did, but I know that I didn't. I just discussed it with Stockton, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's probably the frame." So I think if we had seen some more abnormal data on the next dives, it probably would have been a much more serious issue, and we would have done it at that point. But we didn't do it after Dive 80.
All right, thank you. That finishes my questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Muse, do you have any follow-ups?
I do not. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brooks, I just have a couple follow-ups from the initial questions. Did you agree with Mr. Rush's assessment that it was a frame shift that probably caused the loud bang?
Without being really a qualified mechanical engineer, his explanation sounded plausible, and I had discussed it also with the previous director of engineering, Dan Scoville, and he kind of confirmed what Stockton had said, and so at that point it seemed like a reasonable explanation and fairly plausible. So I didn't see issues on other channels on subsequent dives. So yeah, that my feeling was he was probably correct on that.
I think you mentioned that you were going to use subsequent dives to kind of assess if that Dive 80 anomaly was a problem. Were those dives considered to be conducted without passengers, or Was there any consideration of doing like an unmanned test dive after that event?
I don't think so. Yeah.
And was the next dive with passengers? Do you
It
remember?
was. It was, yeah.
Do you recall between the 2021 and 2022 seasons if the insert was taken out of the Titan during the maintenance period?
It was not. Yeah, now, I could be wrong. I don't believe it was. In my recollection, I do not remember the insert being removed between 2021 and 2022.
Was the Titan hull taken back to the Everett facility during that time frame?
It was, yes.
And sir, I'd like to talk about the screens available to the pilot during the excursions. If the real-time monitoring system was not called up, would it automatically pop up if there was a yellow shift or a red shift in the system?
So if they were not actively monitoring the strain, then no. The only thing that they would see would be the AE data. That the AE data, we had a channel that would send the AE data to the control program. They were two separate programs, and they communicated via network. And so the AE hit count total would be broadcast to the control program, and that's where they had a hit count and then a green, yellow, or red indicator. And then we also had an alarms. We had an alarms screen. It didn't have audio alarms, but it had other alarms like motion control alarms or compass alarms, and it would go on that screen as well. But it was on the main screen that was visible at all times. The AE hits, yeah.
So just to clarify, if you did get like a red alarm, that would always show up on the main screen?
Correct. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, you mentioned some degradation in the sensors. Do you remember what time frame that began to occur?
So are we talking about the strain sensors or the AE sensors?
Sir, actually both.
Both.
So, yeah, do you remember when each started to degrade?
So the issue on the strain sensors with group 2, that actually happened, I believe, right away. I think what had happened was when they were installing the insert that they bumped those group of sensors and knocked them off. So it was really kind of a installation error where some wires got knocked off or hit, and so that was the main one. Now for the AE sensors, the degradation that you're talking about was really mostly that we had problems with electrical noise, and that certain channels would get bursts of electrical noise that could interfere with the AE data. They were relatively low amplitude, but that started towards the end of 2021, but became a gradually worse problem really towards the end of 2021 is when we first started seeing it. And this is from my memory. And then during the 2022 dives, that got gradually worse. The AE plots can be reviewed, and I think it was channel 6, I believe, had problems with with electrical noise. And that was the main degradation. I didn't see, with my ping tests, I didn't really see decreasing levels of AE amplitude from my tests. That the rest of the sensors seemed to be fine. Not that they were, they didn't seem to be wearing out or anything like that. For the strain sensors, I really can't, because I didn't really have a good comparative tests that I don't really have a good answer for that. That they seem to produce pretty reliable data most of the time. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So thinking back to the sensors that were likely knocked off during the installation of the insert, so that would be before the 2021 mission.
Correct. Yep.
Did you raise any concerns to Mr. Rush about this?
I did, and I raised concerns to the then director of engineering. I was not the director then. I was just a software engineer, and I was really not happy that this happened. And I was told we can't pull the insert now. We've got to move forward. We're running late, and that we can't fix it. And I also wanted to go back through and recheck everything, and I was told, no, we don't have time for that. We don't have time to pull the insert, so we'll just have to live with what we have. So I did raise concerns, yes.
Do you remember the other director of engineering at the time?
Dan Scoville was the other director of engineering at that time.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to take a break, or I think we have just a few more.
I'm
questions.
good to keep going. If everybody else is, I'm fine. Yeah.
Mr. Neubauer, excuse me, before we end, if we could take a brief break, there's one thing I just want to ask Mr. Brooks about in order to make sure that the record before the board is accurate on one point. But if there are other members of the board who have some questions still, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Why don't we go to OceanGate Council? Would you like to take a break before we come back? Okay. At this time, we will take a recess and come back at 4:10.
Great. Thank you.
The hearing is now back in session. Mr. Brooks, Commander Whalen had a couple follow-up questions, sir.
Okay.
Recorder, can you please bring back up exhibit number 66? And this is the real-time monitoring data from dive 77 through dives 83. 77 was on the 8th of July in 2022. And Mr. Brooks, when you initially had saw this layout, you knew that it was a shallow water dive, correct?
Correct.
And on the second AE sensor, which is the second page, or sorry, the second graph in the center at the top, what do you believe that those purple points are?
So I think that the issue here is the scaling, and that it probably that particular plot may not be scaled similar to some of the other plots. That was an issue that I had finally kind of corrected later in 2021 or early 2022, because the way that you can tell on some of the plots, I allowed auto scaling, and so the AE data then would change from channel to channel, and the way to tell is if you look on the left side of the plot, and there should be the maximum AE amplitude. Unfortunately, I don't see it on this plot, and so we might have to replot this. I do have the data, and I can replot it and get this answered definitively. That I think that is the issue, because you're seeing quite a high number of AE data, quite a large amplitude of AE data, and it may be that it's actually quite low, but it's scaled to the level where it looks high, but is probably pretty low. That's my feeling at this point, and I think the best way to answer this is maybe to replot it, take a look at the data, replot it, and then and definitively answer that. And if not, then maybe there's a further explanation. Was that your concern?
Not really, sir.
Okay.
So my concern is, so if you look at 2, 4, and 6, they're
Yes.
very similar. 1, 3, and 5 are also very similar. 1, 3, and 5 aren't showing virtually any data.
Yes.
And then if we go to dive 88,
Okay.
I'm sorry, blame my last, dive 79.
Oh, 79.
Yep, apologies.
Okay.
The next
one.
page.
Yeah.
Again, 2, 4, and 6 are showing similar spikes in the acoustic emissions, whereas 1, 3, and 5 are also not showing any data.
Yeah.
And then go to the next screen, please. Again, this is similar as the other. Whereas this is where we have the spike or the loud bang noise. 2, 4, and 6 are showing that definitive noise, whereas 1, 3, and 5 aren't showing any noises. And this continues through dive 83, which is the last data that we received regarding the acoustic emissions. Is there any explanation as to why 1, 3, and 5 are showing 0 data for all of the dives on 2022?
Well, I believe those channels were working from my tests, and it could be that they were just in a part of the hull that was just a little bit quieter than the rest of the hull. That was something I had observed, that some parts of the hull just were quieter, but the sensors seemed to be responding. So that would be probably my best answer to that question. Maybe it bears out some further research on these plots to see if there could be another issue. Obviously, we don't have the sub now, so we can't go back and look at the actual sensors or the hardware. but that's sort of my feeling that they probably were working. There just wasn't as much data, and it was maybe more related to the placement of those sensors as opposed to if they were working or not.
So back to your ping test. Can you describe to me how you conduct that test, and then what does that data show?
So, like I said, it's like an impact pinger, and what I would do is ping at. You can't ping the carbon fiber because it will damage it. It'll poke a hole in it when you don't want that. So I had to ping the titanium ring in the front and in the back, and so I would depress the pinger, and it's like a snap, a loud snap. And if you want, I can maybe make a video of this process.
No, sir, that's fine. So you would just ping the forward titanium ring.
Correct.
And then you would, on the acoustic data, you would see that noise in one area throughout all of the monitors?
Sometimes you would not see it on the sensors that were furthest away from it, that you may see it only on the sensors closest to it. And then you'd have to move to the back ring and do it in various places to test all of the sensors. So, that you had to move around a bit.
And are the sensor numbers, are they in a relatively sequential from fore to aft?
Yes, and that actually is part of my other notes that we talked about earlier, is to get an accurate document that shows the sensor placement. Mm-hmm. But typically, yes, the forward sensors were the low numbers and the aft sensors were the high numbers.
Okay. So a few more questions, sir. Mr. Brooks, you stated that during the builds of the Titan hull, after the third scale testing, things were done differently to the full scale hull to include smoothing out the hull and erasing the imperfections. Can you explain what that means?
So I wasn't personally involved in this process of doing this myself, but when we built the third scale hulls, one of the biggest problems that we had was that if there was an imperfection, especially at the start of the winding, that imperfection would amplify towards the outer windings. That if it was a small bump or wrinkle, that at the outer windings it would get quite large. And apparently this is an issue with carbon fiber winding. And on the first third scale hull, that, oh my gosh, this wrinkle was quite large, and when we tested it and it failed right on this imperfection. So we knew that, okay, we had to solve this somehow. So when we started doing the multi-cure, then what was done was they would do the first layer and then cure it, and then we had a group of people with sanders and built a tent, and they had to dress in very protective gear because carbon fibers is dangerous to breathe, and they would sand down any imperfections, any sort of blisters or anything like that, and smooth it out as best they could. Like I said, I wasn't involved in actually doing this process, but I know that Dan Scoville basically had come up with this method to do this, and it was done for every layer, at every multi-cure layer, which I believe was 5 layers, that they did this smoothing out, and you could see it when they finished, before we put the end caps on, that you could see, like if you looked at the cross section of the layers of layup, with the third scale hulls, you could see those bumps, and you could see them kind of amplify. And with this method of smoothing out the surface and then doing the next layer, you could see that any imperfection was not in the next layer up. So it did not transmit or pass through to the next layer.
And how would they remove these imperfections?
Just by sanding.
By sanding down on the carbon fiber?
Sanding down the carbon fiber, yes. With I'm not sure what type of, it was obviously a power sander, but they would go over the whole thing and sand it down.
This is my last question. So you had stated earlier that the 1/3 scale models that were created by electroimpact were not the same layup as the full scale hull.
Correct.
Was there any discussion to do a third scale model and to what the specifications of the full hull were going to be?
That was discussed from the very beginning, to do a multi-cure third scale. And that kind of, and I was not the person involved in this discussion or in this I want to say conflict or argument of to do it one way or the other. But as I understand that Dan very much wanted to do it, and Stockton did not want to do it for cost reasons, that it would be too expensive and was not needed. When it came time to do the full-scale hull, Stockton did not want to do the multi-cure, and I believe that EI said that they would not build it. They would not build it without doing a multi-cure. That we had to do it that way or take it someplace else. So that was kind of end of discussion at that point. But I know that was desired to be done from the very beginning, to do a multi-cure third scale, and it kind of proved that you have to do that, in other words, in order to get it to work.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, sir.
Mr. Fawcett?
Thank you. Keith Fawcett, Mr. Brooks, thanks for being here. Did you put any of your safety-related concerns regarding the Titan or the Titan operations in writing to any OceanGate person that worked at the company?
I'm sure that there were emails that were that addressed some of these issues. The final conversation at the end where I was leaving the company, that was a phone call, so that was not in writing. That was a phone call between Bob Schuman and myself. But I'm sure before that there were emails about things like AE issues and so forth. But I'd have to go and review the emails. They were maybe not as quite of grave safety, but we should be doing this, and this is something that we should address differently and so forth. So, but yeah, the final towing of the sub, that was a phone call that I had with Bob Schuman.
And then, while you were working at OceanGate, do you know if the liner was ever pulled from Titan so that the interior of the hull could be inspected?
Yeah, on the inside, you mean
Yes.
the insert? No, that was not done.
And you mentioned the cure and the blisters. In your experience, are you talking about blisters being voids in the material, like an air bubble or pocket?
And just for the record, Mr. Brooks has testified that he was not part of this process.
Yes, sir. And I don't know that you said blisters. Is this the sanding you're referring to, Mr.
Yeah,
Fawcett?
I think it was more imperfections such that, and I don't know why this happens. The EI, the electroimpact people that wind the hulls, they probably have a better explanation as to why you get an imperfection. But as you start going from inside out, if there's a small little deviation in the winding distance, say, for however that happens, at the very inner layers, it's tiny, but it amplifies it further out that you get, I guess, because the carbon fiber strips lay up so tightly and closely that those small imperfections get amplified as you go out. So it's maybe blisters was not the right thing, but minor imperfections tended to become major imperfections towards the outside of the winding. So those had to be smoothed out before the next layer of carbon fiber was applied.
Thank you, sir.
And I did want to mention one other comment in regards to safety. And I do know that there were many emails about this, and it's related to the drop weight motors. And there was a strong desire on my part, because we had problems with drop weights in 2021, to use tested, made for deep ocean rotary actuators for the drop weight motors, and I could not get Stockton to agree to that we had other actuators that we had built, and he wanted to use those instead. So, and we did get those to work eventually after changing motors, changing the interior motor, because it's a oil-filled mechanism that is under pressure, under a lot of pressure. So, but I had absolutely wanted to use a off-the-shelf rotary actuator for deep ocean. They were very expensive. They were, about 10,000 each, and so he was not going to do it. Said, no, we're not spending that money on this. So that was. I know that definitely should be documented in emails.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brooks, I just have one follow-up. Do you know if during the curing process, was that done in a pressurized chamber or a regular atmosphere?
I don't think so, but again, I was not involved in that. Was it a pressurized autoclave or a 1 ATM enclosure? And I believe it was a 1 ATM, but there needs clarification on that. It was done at Janicki, I know that, but I don't know that answer definitively. So,
Thank you, sir. Understand. Are there any further questions from the board? Okay. At this time, I'd like to go to OceanGate Council.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned the drop weight system, and there has been testimony during this hearing about changes to the Titan sub made between the first hull and the second hull. Other than the carbon fiber hull itself, were there changes or improvements made to other Titan systems after 2019?
There were many changes. The actuators for the drop weights and the variable ballast tank were changed. Some of the navigation systems were actually quite a bit different. On Titan 1, they had an off-the-shelf Blue View navigation system, INS, and that was returned to the company. And then we used a separate. We used a device called a DVL, which is a Doppler velocity logger for ground navigation. And then we used a separate compass. So those systems were different. The systems that were the same, the sonar was the same, and the cameras were the same. Some of the lights were the same, but many of them were different. The software was completely different. That was pretty much completely rewritten. Interior lights were different. The interior was completely different. The Titan 1 interior was plywood and painted black. And for Titan 2, Dan had, it was like a anodized aluminum interior that was custom made. So the interior was completely different. The batteries were the same. The pods were, there were slight modifications to the thruster pods. Those are the spheres that have the motion control items or motion control components in them. The thrusters were the same. The controller, the actual controller, it looked similar, but it was different. So that's kind of the laundry list of things that had changed.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned that after dive 80, you did not observe abnormal strain gauge data on the subsequent dives 81 through 83. Did you observe any concerning acoustic emissions activity on those dives?
No, I did not.
And you testified that the threshold level for acoustic emissions was set at 5,000. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And what is your view as to whether that was a reasonable threshold based on the information you had at the time?
So that threshold level was determined after quite a bit of testing, the Titan 1 DOTF testing, and then the third scale model testing. And we felt that was a pretty conservative number. When we would typically see a large amount of AE activity, it was usually over 20,000. So, and I believe Stockton had lobbied to have it more like 10,000, but we backed that down by 50% to 5,000. So yeah, we sort of determined it empirically over time.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Brooks, I just have one question to follow up. Over time, it was my understanding that during the later dives in like 2022 for Titan, that you would not want to see any noise, at depth. And on the charts that we looked at, there was some acoustics, emissions being made.
Yeah.
Was that a concern?
It was becoming a concern, especially on, I think that's channel 4. And it was noise in the area of concern as it was going down in depth. And this was something I definitely talked to Stockton about. And what we kind of decided was, well, it was under, I think it was under the 5,000 threshold, or maybe just barely over it. But we hadn't seen that on 2021. And so I think the plan was, to really keep an eye on that and other channels and see if things got worse. So that was the resolution for that issue.
Would it be accurate to say that from 2021 to 2022, the acoustics increased?
Yes. Yeah, especially on that channel, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further questions for Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks, is there anything that you'd like to pass to the board that we may not have mentioned that would be helpful to the investigation?
I did want to just clarify that I do owe you the document that shows the correct placement of the groups, AE sensors and the strain sensors. And I also have a brief statement to make. And I would like to acknowledge to the families of those who perished on the Titan on June 18th, express my heartfelt condolences to each of you for your loss. And in addition, I'm hoping that my willingness to come forward and appear before this Board of Inquiry will be of assistance to the Coast Guard in fulfilling the mission of thoroughly examining this issue and resolving this matter.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brooks, at this time, you are now released from this Marine Board investigation. We appreciate your assistance and cooperation. If you need, or if I need to contact you in the future, I will contact you through your counsel. And if you have any further information for this investigation, including the documents that you mentioned, you can give those to our recorder, Lieutenant Steele.
Okay.
Thank you again, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
This hearing is now adjourned until tomorrow, and we'll reconvene at 08:30. Thank you.